Okay. I'm having, innovation is my game, but apparently technology is not this morning. As I was saying, freight advisory committees are not required by the FAST Act, but are encouraged and do exist in about 35 states. And other states leverage their freight advisory committees to identify needs and help in the development of the freight plan. In Virginia, our freight plan is actually a component of VTrans, and the Freight Advisory Committee that we're working to stand up today will supplement but not replace the process already established within VTrans for the development of the freight plan. Next slide, please. A Freight Advisory Committee, in Virginia, our Freight Advisory Committee will work to support enhanced safety, efficiency, and effectiveness across our freight network. We all acknowledge the importance of a healthy freight environment to the economic competitiveness of the Commonwealth. The Virginia Freight Advisory Committee will meet quarterly to discuss challenges to the movement of freight throughout the Commonwealth and identify opportunities to improve freight and logistics infrastructure. The Freight Advisory Committee will also review and make recommendations as appropriate relating to legislative, regulatory, and other policy matters. The FAC will also support the deployment of technology within the freight environment. And finally, work to improve freight mobility across all regions. Next slide, please. Our Freight Advisory Committee membership will focus heavily on the private sector entities that make up the freight ecosystem in Virginia, including beneficial cargo owners, trade associations, warehouse and distribution companies, trucking companies, rail interests, and industrial economic development interests. It's important to note that the committee will be supported by a technical committee made up of representatives from agencies across the Commonwealth. Next slide, please. So to speak just a bit more about that technical committee, freight planning and operations happens across a range of agencies and entities in Virginia. Representation from each will be sought to help fully characterize the freight environment in Virginia and to assist the Freight Advisory Committee asking and answering questions relating to freight, multimodal infrastructure, and demand, both today and into the future. So you can see there's quite wide-ranging representation on this technical committee, which will be important as we move forward. Next slide, please.
Cathy, excuse me, before you move on, will you mind, for people watching this who may not know all the acronyms, would you just run through them real quickly so they can see the
Sure.
on the previous slide?
Absolutely. I apologize for that. So
I think a lot of people may not. Thank you.
Sure. So we've got the Virginia Department of Transportation, the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment, who are the responsible entity for VTrans and therefore for our Virginia Freight Plan, the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, Department of Rail and Public Transportation, Department of Aviation, Department of Motor Vehicles, and in Virginia, as in most states, DMV is responsible for commercial vehicle operations, including enforcement of size and weight restrictions for trucks. The Virginia Department of Emergency Management, Virginia State Police, again, an enforcement agency, research and innovation, particularly as we look to innovative strategies, as we seek to improve our freight environment, the Port of Virginia, and metropolitan planning organizations across the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, in our discussions with FHWA about freight advisory committees nationally, they shared a number of best practices that we are working to incorporate into our freight advisory committee. The first of those best practices is to establish and adhere to a regular meeting schedule. As I mentioned earlier, we will work with a quarterly meeting schedule. We do believe that it's important to keep that regular meeting schedule in order to keep momentum as the group gets going. Establish a clear purpose, goals, and activities for the group. We have a draft charter that fully describes these things for our Freight Advisory Committee, and we'll be working with the committee to finalize that charter as we go. Identify champions both within the public and private sector. This is really important for sustainability. If you have one clear champion and that champion retires or moves to a new position, it can really be harmful to your committee. So we will be looking to make sure that we have redundancy in our champions for the Freight Advisory Committee. Provide appropriate resources for support. That's the role of this technical advisory committee, but it also would include financial resources for logistics, including meetings, but also activities that the committee would like to undertake. Value private sector involvement. These folks are busy people. We know that their time is valuable, and they definitely need to see that they are making a difference, and that the time they spend participating in the Freight Advisory Committee is bringing results back. Enable two-way communications and collaboration. This is a tough one, particularly in these days of virtual meetings, but it's important that the Freight Advisory Committee is not always being talked to, that they're also providing feedback and their own perspectives. From that list, you could see that they come from a variety of backgrounds, and those perspectives will be very important. And then integrate freight considerations into all phases of transportation decision-making. We want to get to the point where we're not just talking about freight initiatives, but consideration of freight in all initiatives. And that may seem like a small difference, but it's quite consequential. Next slide, please. So we do, as I said, have a draft charter for the Freight Advisory Committee. We're seeking to bring the technical committee together by mid-November, with the full Freight Advisory Committee meeting before the end of 2020 for their initial meeting. That's all I have today, but Barbara and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So does anyone have any thoughts or questions for Cathy or Barbara? Barbara, you may just want to share with you what you see your role with the port being on this committee.
Yes, thank you. The Port of Virginia is so pleased to be a partner in standing up this statewide Freight Advisory Committee. As one of the largest ports on the East Coast, we are the international gateway for imports and exports, but how those goods move across the system, whether by rail, by barge up the James River, or on Virginia's highways and the highways beyond Virginia and the systems beyond Virginia, is of critical importance to the port in terms of ensuring our competitive position to work with partners across Virginia to create economic opportunity for the Commonwealth. And so we are fully committed to bringing partners from that we work with on a regular basis, many of which were included in the list of possible members of the policy committee, being the beneficial cargo owners or shippers or carriers, trade associations, rail interests, et cetera. To the conversation so that we can work to address the bottlenecks today and, as Cathy mentioned, the demands of tomorrow. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this effort, and we are fully committed to supporting them.
Thank you for that. I will tell you to the CTB, I really thought of bringing Cathy and Barbara together to launch this. One, the importance of of all modes of transportation and moving freight, but also the collaboration that took place with setting up the reservation system at the port, the truck reservation system, which has really streamlined the logistics and process over at the port. I just wanted to mention that. So I thank both Cathy and Barbara for accepting this challenge and putting this together. So any other thoughts or questions from the board?
Madam Secretary, it's Mary.
Hi, Mary.
How are you this morning?
Good.
I'm curious how this group is going to interact with us. Do we get a report once a year? And how do we kind of keep abreast of what's going on there?
So Cathy, take that.
Sure, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Mary Hines. We will, the Freight Advisory Committee will be bringing updates and recommendations to the CTB on a regular basis. I don't know that we've determined whether that would be twice a year or once a year, or maybe as needed. But the intent is definitely that the Freight Advisory Committee will report back to the CTB about their conversations and any recommendations that they would like to make.
Thanks.
I will also add that the coordination through the OIP office and D-Trans and making sure that their insights and information gathering go through that process as well. Ronique Day from the OIP office has been a part of these discussions as well. So Mary, I think it's somewhat of an ongoing process to see exactly how it's going to be integrated, but the recommendations will ultimately come to the CTB.
Was that line about they have responsibility for legislative, regulatory, and policy recommendations that caught my attention and was what made me ask the question.
Anyone else? Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ben Bennell, we're going to be moving up his presentation this morning. Before we do that, for those of you watching, I'm sure you have seen or noticed the closed caption across the bottom of your screen. Carol and Rob Carey, do you want to mention perhaps how this came about?
Sure, I'll be happy to. We noticed that that feature was available, that you could close caption, and just thinking across the state with 8.5 million residents, certainly there are some that may have hearing difficulty, that would afford them the opportunity to better participate in the meetings. And also just for convenience, sometimes people also like to turn the sound down while they work on other things, but could catch it and look at it on the side, reading some. So really, it's just a feature to allow for convenience for all the residents of the state, and particularly those with any hearing difficulties, to make sure that they can fully participate in the process of the CTB.
So, Rob, thank you for that. Carol, is there anything that you'd like to add?
I just think that it's a really good thing that we're doing. It is going to make it more accessible, and I hope that everybody enjoys the new function.
Okay, thank you. And with that, so Mr. Manel, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good morning. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, good morning, Madam Secretary and members of the board. Today I will be providing you with the second update on the Interstate 64-664 Corridor Improvement Plan. And this represents a continuation of the partnership between VDOT, DRPT, the Office of Intermodal Planning, as was done for the I-81 and I-95 studies. Next slide, please. So today we're going to review feedback that was provided by the public in our first series of meetings, and we'll discuss proposed improvements that we are considering and provide an updated schedule for completion of the study. Next slide. Now, you've seen this previously, but as a reminder, I-64 is a critical east-west corridor in Virginia, and combined with 664 and Hampton Roads, traverses over 300 miles. And similar to I-95, 64 is a multimodal corridor with every major mode represented at some point along the corridor. It also carries a significant truck traffic with over 7 million trucks per year and approximately $135 billion worth of goods. Next slide, please. In July, we held the first series of public information meetings with a focus on problem identification. We looked at the top 25% locations along the corridor for crash frequency and severity, crash rate, total delay, and incident-related delay. Now, on the next few slides, I'll provide a brief recap and examples of the type of information collected and presented to the public for validation. Next slide, please. Now, we covered these in detail at the July briefing, but again, I think they are helpful for context. The annual person hours delay per mile shows areas where there is heavy congestion along the corridor. And on this histogram, on the x-axis, westbound is represented in blue at the top, and eastbound is represented in orange. Hotspots included the 95 overlap within Richmond, areas of Newport News, which was likely caused by the impacts of construction on segments 1 and 2 widening projects, Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, I-264, and 664 interchanges. Also, as a reminder, the space needles on this corridor are in both directions on either side of the HRBT, and they represent approximately 275,000 person hours of delay annually. And to put that in perspective, that space needle on southbound 95 at the Occoquan River was over 1.2 million person hours of delay, which is about 4.5 times the worst amount of delay on this corridor. Next slide, please. Now, this histogram relates to the top 25% locations for crashes per mile based on severity. Crashes, again, peak in the 64-95 overlap in Richmond, as well as near the HRBT and the 264 interchange areas down at Hampton Roads. Next slide. The study team also looked at travel speeds along the corridor, comparing them against the posted speed limit, which is represented by the dashed gray line here. As you can see, in the portion of the corridor east of Richmond, the 25th versus 75th percentile and 5th versus 95th percentile speeds vary significantly, and primarily on the weekends. And this variance increases in the summer months, and that's indicated in the orange dash line here, to an even greater extent. And we believe that this is an indicator of reliability issues along the eastern segments of the 64 corridor. Next slide. Now, all of that information was a refresher of what you saw at the July workshop. This information was also provided to the public in July and August. Our first series of meetings were virtual. However, we were able to provide all the same content that would be available at a normal public meeting on an enhanced website with the addition of an introductory video. We also embedded the video from our July CTB workshop presentation, provided display boards showing all the performance measures and current conditions. The study team also provided a regularly updated frequently asked questions sheet based on any comments that were received from the public. And we also directed visitors to an online survey. The enhanced website generated over 600 views. Next slide, please. So the online survey component was our primary means of receiving public feedback and documenting comments. We had a 30-day comment period, and participants responded to the survey questions. They were also able to place map markers for congestion and safety through an interface. We had approximately 4,600 participants, as well as almost 7,500 map markers placed, along with 21 emails. Now, the outreach was conducted via social media platforms such as Facebook and Twitter, as well as print media and local interest groups via email distribution lists. The next several slides will highlight some of the information that we gathered through the survey. Next slide, please. In terms of origins of the participants on the survey, a majority of our responses came from residents along the 64 and 664 corridors, with the highest concentration of responses coming from Hampton Roads, which also has the highest population along the corridor. Next slide. Most destinations were in the 64 and 664 corridors, although as you can see from the map, they were somewhat more diverse. And again, the highest response rate came from the Hampton Roads region. And of interest here, out of the over 1,800 destination responses, only 53 were heading out of state, which at least based on the responses to this survey seems to indicate that 64 serves a more state and regional role in travel. Next slide, please. In terms of frequency and purpose of trips along the corridor, most respondents travel in the 64 and 664 corridors at least a few times per week, with over 60% indicating that. Next slide. Respondents were also able to select multiple reasons for traveling on the 64, 664 corridors, and about 25% of the respondents use the corridor for work or school, and we consider these regular commuters. But as you can see, 64 and 664 are used for a variety of trip purposes, with shopping and errands actually taking the lead. Next slide. Now I mentioned that respondents had the ability to place map markers. We are looking at congestion map markers on this slide. In Hampton Roads region, we had clusters of congestion map markers with highest concentrations indicated at the tunnel areas. And you can see here, those areas are indicated in red. We had well over 1,400 congestion markers placed around the HRBT and Monitor Merrimack tunnels. We also see a number of hot spots indicated around major regional interchanges like 264, 664, and 464. In the Richmond area, we saw similar clusters around the 95-64 overlap, as well as interchanges in the near West End. And once you got west of Richmond, the largest clusters for congestion was indicated at US 29 interchange in Charlottesville. Next slide, please. Respondents could also place safety map markers where they had concerns about safety. In Hampton Roads, both of the 264 interchanges were identified. And in this example, the Bryan Park interchange in Richmond. And again, once you got west of Richmond, the 29 interchange in Charlottesville, again, was identified as a safety concern. Next slide, please. We also asked respondents to indicate potential multimodal solutions that they were interested in. And the majority of respondents, almost 60%, indicated a need for improved rail service along the corridor. Next slide. Now that said, a majority of the respondents also indicated that their mode of choice was their personal vehicle. And that mode was selected more than all other modal trips combined. And this is very similar to what we saw on the 95 corridor. Next slide. However, again, when we asked if they were interested in using other modes, responses indicate that improved rail service would be attractive to many users, along with real-time information and financial incentives to shift to non-single occupant vehicles. Next slide, please. We also asked a question about use of express lanes. Respondents who do use the express lanes use them for commuting, shopping, errands, visiting friends and family, and traveling out of states in approximately the same proportions. And as a reminder, the only express lanes along the 64 corridor are currently located in the south side of Hampton Roads on the reversible lanes. And as we move forward, we're going to be keeping a close eye on the Virginia Commuter Survey, which is in its second phase now. and that is focusing on impacts to travel behaviors linked to the COVID pandemic. We're going to continue to monitor that effort and examine regions that the 64 corridor passes through. Next slide. So let's discuss improvements. We've followed the same template that we've established under the I-81 and I-95 corridor studies, starting with looking at operations first and foremost, as well as potential upgrades to parallel facilities in the event of a detour for an incident. We looked at multimodal improvements and finally highway capital improvements. Each of these solutions is using a data-driven approach, incorporating those top 25% performance measures along the corridor, with the ultimate goal to provide faster, safer, and more reliable travel along the 664 corridors. Next slide. Before we get too far into discussing the potential solutions, I did want to talk about a critically important aspect, and that is there is significant investment occurring on the corridor in the Hampton Roads region, approximately $5 billion worth of work. These three projects, the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, the Hampton Roads Express Lanes, and the high-rise bridge, are not only top priorities to the Hampton Roads region, but they address top 25% locations for crashes, delay, and incident-related delay along the entire 64 corridor as well. And as part of our potential solutions analysis, they are all assumed to be in place. And as you can see, they all have an impact on performance and improving performance along the corridor. Next slide. And again, this plan follows a similar approach of looking at operational upgrades first, which we believe represent lower cost solutions that maximize the efficiency of the existing infrastructure. We focused operations improvements along segments in the top 25% for congestion, safety, and incident delay. Again, this is similar to what we saw on 81 and 95, but cameras provide us with eyes on the scene. Our changeable message signs communicate information back to the public so that they can make travel choices. Safety Service Patrol is providing first response as well as motorist assistance and situational awareness when we have incidents. And we're working to get quick clearance towing out there so we can get the road open again for the traveling public. For each of these and other upgrades, we are conducting a return on investment analysis to help identify the best investments to consider as we move forward. Next slide, please. So as an example, cameras have documented benefits for safety, mobility, and emissions reductions based on both national and state level studies. Next slide. And following that camera example, we look at the specific safety, mobility, and environmental performance measures in the subject segments of the corridor and apply anticipated benefits to those top 25% performance issue areas from the upgrades based on documented studies, again, at the national and state level. Those benefits are looked at over a 10-year period and divided by the upfront implementation cost plus the annual operations and maintenance costs over the 10-year period. And that's how we calculate the return on investment. Next slide, please. These are the initial results from that return on investment analysis for the freeway upgrades. Again, these upgrades are tied to the top 25% areas along I-64 and 664. In the coming weeks, we are going to continue to refine this listing, focusing on the most effective countermeasures. And we're going to be coming back to you at a future meeting with a refined listing for your consideration and possible implementation. Next slide, please. We also looked at parallel facility improvements. And again, these were developed by identifying detour routes that were adjacent to top 25% performance measure areas along the 64 and 664 corridors for incident delay. The types of recommended improvements are consistent with what we've done previously in other corridor improvement plans, and they include communications upgrades, deploying automated traffic signal performance measures, upgrading signal controllers and cabinets, as well as strategic camera location and signal retiming. Now, I need to note here that the ease of implementing the improvements to parallel facilities is highly dependent on location. In many instances, signals and routes may not be maintained by VDOT. And in those instances, the state needs to execute a cooperative agreement with the locality that outlines the responsibilities during incident situations. These types of improvements are also highly dependent on local staffing and their operations capabilities. Next slide, please. And these are the return on investment results for the parallel facilities upgrades. And again, we are going to be working to refine this listing in the coming weeks with an eye to who has responsibility, whether we have cooperative agreements that are in place, and if localities have staffing and operational control capabilities to accommodate these detour routes. Next slide, please. Following operations, we looked at multimodal solutions, and I'm going to provide some highlights of recommendations along the corridor in the next several slides. Next slide. Study team reviewed local and regional transit providers' development and vision plans along the corridor and identified potential solutions that looked to directly address areas of the corridor with performance issues. Next slide. In the western portion of the corridor, we looked at the Afton Express, which would provide service between Charlottesville, Stanton, and Waynesboro over Afton Mountain, which experiences congestion and safety issues. And this is one of the commuter corridors that's located in the western portion of 64. Next slide. In the Richmond region, the team identified routes for increased peak frequency bus service, as well as a new route that is proposed between the Short Pump area and Main Street Station downtown. Next slide. And in the Hampton Roads region, we looked at the recently adopted vision plan and identified routes for increased peak frequency bus service, along with a new proposed route between Newport News and the south side along the Monitor-Merrimack Bridge Tunnel. This was identified as a major origin-destination pair in our early analyses, with Newport News Shipbuilding as a major employer and a significant number of trips coming from both Portsmouth and Suffolk, as well as other south side localities across the bridge tunnel. Next slide, please. And finally, we looked at potential highway capital improvements. And over the next several slides, I'm going to provide some highlights from each of the districts along the corridor. Next slide. We looked at exit 291, the I-64-464 interchange. With the completion of the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, as well as high-rise bridge improvements and the Hampton Roads Express Lane improvements in 2025, this interchange is anticipated to become one of the remaining hotspots on the 64 corridor in Hampton Roads. And here the focus is reducing the weave movement on the eastbound or inner loop side between the two loop ramps in the northeast and northwest quadrants. This would involve construction of a flyover, as well as some barriers placed on the structure over top of 64. Next slide.
Madam Secretary,
Oh, sorry.
This is Nick. I'd like to hop in for 1 second. I would also note, if for those of you who may recall the Commissioner Brish's presentation on the operational analysis for the express lanes, this was one of those areas that in all of them we still ended up having kind of some significant slowdowns. And as Mr. Minnell was indicating, it's really related to how these two ramps here interact. And so this is kind of one of those remaining hotspots down in the 64 corridor on Hampton Roads after the significant investment in high-rise HRBT and the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network.
And next slide, please. In the Richmond region, we looked at 64 in the near west end between the Broad Street and Gaskins Roads interchanges, looking at eastbound direction here, additional ramp lanes, as well as an auxiliary lane between these two interchanges. We see a lot of movement between interchanges in the west end of Richmond. So this improvement is focused on that type of, accommodating that type of travel. Next slide. Now this project should look familiar. We also identified it in the I-95 corridor study. And it is located on the western end of the 95-64 overlap. And this entails some lane reassignment on the main line, with the leftmost 2 lanes dedicated to 95 southbound through traffic, and the rightmost lane becomes dedicated to the Arthur Ashe Boulevard ramp. This would eliminate a yield condition from I-64 eastbound as you head on to I-95 southbound. And it's a similar approach to what we have done in the northbound direction a few years ago. This is a relatively low-cost project that we believe has really good benefits that we will see in terms of traffic weave and merging at this location. Next slide, please. We also considered a potential truck climbing lane heading west over Afton Mountain. As many as one of the bigger slowdowns along the corridor from a grade perspective. So we've considered that as well moving forward. Next slide. And in Stanton District, we looked at potentially addressing merging issues where northbound and southbound I-81 combine to create eastbound 64 near Stanton. And in this case, we're shifting the lane drop from 81 northbound to 64 eastbound so that there is a dedicated lane. And this would provide a through lane for both I-81 southbound and northbound to 64 eastbound. Next slide. This is an example of the types of display boards that will be available to the public as part of the second series of meetings that starts tomorrow, October 21st. The existing performance is indicated along the top of the board with a tally of public comments that we have received from the first series of meetings, as well as funded projects that are currently in the 6-year improvement program and potential improvements that we have identified, and how those improvements address the underlying performance issues along the corridor. Next slide. We also have identified a number of locations for further study. And this typically includes where we have interchanges that do not have sufficient operational analyses yet completed, park and ride lots that require additional location studies, as well as potential transit routes for additional study. The plan is to prioritize these studies based on the severity of the underlying performance issues and begin work as soon as possible. Next slide. And these are a few examples of the types of locations that we're looking at. One of these, the Belvedere interchange, was identified as part of the 95 corridor improvement plan. And we've already begun an operational analysis at that location. And it should be complete by January or February of this coming year. Next slide. And finally, in terms of our next steps, our second series of public meetings, again, begins tomorrow on the 21st. Although our public-facing website, which is on the CTB's website under major projects, and our online survey is live as of this workshop meeting. And in January, we're going to return to provide a briefing on the results of the public comments that we've received during the second phase, followed with information on smart-scale-like scoring process that we're going to be conducting on the potential solutions. We'll be coming back to you in the March-April timeframe. We will also be working at that point to bring the I-95 corridor improvement plan back to life, because by that point, the 64 plan will have progressed to a similar stage as 95. And we are going to be beginning work on a number of other interstate corridors as we move forward. I-77, I-85, I-295, and I-66. And we will be looking to follow a similar study template on those corridors as well, with our ultimate objective to provide the board with a slate of prioritized recommendations for funding considerations under the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program. Next slide. And again, the project website is on the Commonwealth Transportation Board website under the Major Projects section, and it can be accessed also using the va64corridor.org URL. And again, as previously mentioned, you're going to be able to find the enhanced public meeting website there. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ben. That was a just an excellent overview of where the study is now. Any questions or comments from the board?
Madam Secretary, this is Bert Dodson.
Mr. Dodson?
Yeah, I was going to ask Ms. Manuel, are you on Arthur Ashe Boulevard issue? Are y'all talking about eliminating that off ramp to Arthur Ashe Boulevard from the interstate?
No, sir. We're going to be actually widening that off ramp to 2 lanes. We believe they have enough room to do that underneath the interstate right now, and we will be doing some signage as you approach. You know, you're going into the Bryant Park interchange of that location, and if any of you all have ever driven through there and you notice on 64 and 95 when they come together, the 64 has 2 lanes on the ramp that kind of magically drop to 1 as you go through there, which creates an incredible merging situation. We are working to get basically the through traffic on 95 shifted to the leftmost lanes to allow that 64 traffic that's coming on to not have to go into a yield situation. So we're going to be doing some lane reassignment through there, and we'll also be, again, widening the ramp for the boulevard exit.
Yeah, because that was it's a tricky exit, obviously. And I thought one time they were talking about eliminating that excess off Ashe Boulevard. Because with the new baseball stadium we built in the future, that might be a heavy corridor, even more than it is now.
Anyone else?
Madam Secretary, this is Allison.
Ms. DeTonk.
Thank you very much for this presentation. It's very comprehensive, and I'm certainly very excited to see consideration for a 3rd lane up Afton Mountain and the Afton Express commuting project. Can you speak a little bit to the funding for the proposed improvement projects once they're finalized?
I can begin to address that. The interstate.
Hey, Ben.
I'll let Nick jump in.
So, Madam Secretary, Mr. Tunk, so, you know, as you all may recall, the interstate funding came to us with several kind of conditions on it, and the kind of really important one was that any interstate with more than 10% of the kind of statewide truck VMT had dedicated interstate funding, and then there was a bucket of kind of discretionary interstate dollars that could go to any corridor. And as Ben kind of mentioned, we did the 95 corridor last year, and one of the reasons we didn't finalize that is we didn't think as staff we could make informed recommendations to you all as the board about how to deal with that discretionary statewide dollars until we had gone through some of the other corridors. And so, as Ben noted, we're hoping to wrap up the 64 corridor with the public responses in January. We're also doing some reviews of other corridors at the moment, and then we hope that over the spring, Mr. Tunk will be able to kind of give you all a set of comprehensive improvements that would look at both 95 and 64, as well as the other corridors, so that we can recommend how to use some of that discretionary interstate dollars, which at the moment is not dedicated to any single corridor. And so it would be our hope to have you all consider a policy and initial programming recommendations this spring in the 6-year improvement program update process that will kind of really walk through starting in January.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Madam Secretary,
Mr. Smoot.
thank you. 2 quick questions for Ben. One, what is the definition or the metrics of annual person hours of delay?
So that is calculated using NREX data, but essentially we are looking at when speeds drop below the free flow speed along the interstate, and it is calculated through that data that's gathered from cell phone data of users on the interstate.
Okay, second question. Do you believe that we have in place the proper protocols to assess preservation of property versus expeditious clearing of accidents? And just by way of an awkward example, let's say that a trailer truck filled with televisions turns over on the interstate. The railroad approach to clearing accidents, is to go in and just get everything out of the way and reopen the track. On the interstate, do we have to give consideration to maintaining or protecting the cargo to the extent possible, or can we just go in and move it off the road without regard to harm to the cargo?
This is a little bit out of my bailiwick, but I'm going to take an attempt to answer the question. I think we have the ability to move it out of the travel way. And from what we typically do with a quick clearance situation, when we have a lane blocked and say we don't have a fatality from a tractor trailer incident, it's just an overturned trailer, we can set that trailer off onto the side of the road out of the travel lane to get the road reopened again, but allow it to also come back at a later date, in time where we have a planned removal of that and towing of that truck. So I think that gives us the opportunity to potentially preserve whatever cargo that may be very precious in that vehicle, but at the same time get the road reopened for the traveling public.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary?
Yeah, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, just a quick question, if I may. Does the study 664 include the need to finish the construction of Route 64, if you will, that partially is in the Richmond district, partially in the Hampton Roads district, and partially may be in Never Never Land in between the two? Of about, it's either 20 or 30 miles to actually finish the construction between Richmond and Hampton Roads.
Mr. Johnson, I believe you're referring to the gap in between Bottoms Bridge and Williamsburg.
I am.
And we will be including that as a potential solution to look at as we move forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, the study area goes from the intersection of 664 all the way to West Virginia, doesn't it, Ben?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's quite comprehensive. Anyone else?
Madam Secretary, this is Carlos. So,
Hey, Carlos, welcome.
hey, how are you? So, following up on that same question, this gap that exists, I've never been able to quite understand exactly how there's a gap between the two districts. Can someone explain that to me? Because I'm thinking about the CVTA and the new funding that's available there, and how that could come into play, and to supplement what else we're doing here, and never quite understood how that gap can exist.
It's not, but it's a gap between the two TPOs. It's not the districts. It's the TPO in Richmond and the TPO in Hampton Roads. There's a gap between those. So it's a
And also, when when we use the term gap, I think we are referring, in fact, to, you're familiar, Mr. Brown, with the recent widening project between 295 and Bottoms Bridge, where we widened that segment of 64 from 4 to 6 lanes. Then 64 is 4 lanes until, I believe, 29 miles later down it, once you get into the Hampton Roads district, and then it will pick back up to another typical 6-lane section. So when we're talking about the gap, it's really just talking about that 4-lane section that is not in continuity with either end.
Right.
Am I not correct? This is Shep. Am I not correct? This isn't a district. Districts cover everything. It's a gap between the planning organizations and who would submit that project, fund that project, or advocate for that project, since no TPO covers it. And it would be it'd be a CTB sort of driven thing as opposed to a TPO driven thing. Is that correct, Nick?
So, Madam Secretary, I think the world has kind of changed since this past session with how I think we've historically talked about this particular section. So, Mr. Miller, to your point, the regional funding on 64, or the regional funding that was available in the Hampton Roads region, doesn't go beyond York County. And so you kind of have a few more miles, I think it's like 7 or 8, that's within the Hampton Roads Transportation Accountability Commission's jurisdiction. And then you really didn't have, the Richmond TPO does include New Kent County, but the urbanized area did not connect all the way down to Williamsburg. But with this past session, with the creation of the Central Virginia Transportation Authority, you now have a similar entity in the Richmond district as you do in Hampton Roads. And that does include the entirety of New Kent County as well as Henrico. And so that entire 29-mile portion is located mostly within the Central Virginia Transportation Authority, and then again, some remaining about 7 miles or so in the Hampton Roads Transportation Accountability Commission. And so it's kind of changed a little bit as of this July 1.
Okay, so that's what I thought, but I was okay. So good. So essentially, we do have a vehicle to deal with the entire gap section or unwidened section of 64 between Richmond and Hampton Roads. Okay.
Yes, good question though, Mr. Brown. Anybody else? Just add on to Mr. Tunk's question, just going back to the importance of the I-81 interstate legislation that passed with funding 2 years ago. That bill created, the dedicated funding for I-81, for 95, for 64, based on vehicle miles traveled by trucks. And then there was a segment that was set aside as an interstate discretionary fund. And so by going through these studies, the intention is that we'll be able to prioritize projects across the interstates. So anyway, that was really the intention. So Allison, your question kind of brings us back to, where this all originated. It also goes back to the really great job that Ben Manel and his team did on I-81 in creating that study and kind of setting a template for all of us. So with that, Ben, I believe that you have some things that you need to take care of this morning, and I really thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Let me see, pull up my handout. Carol, I believe, without having this pulled up right now, that it is Jen DeBruhl doing the multimodal study up on 495 American Legion Bridge. Oh, there we go.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Secretary, members of the board, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. So good morning. I'm here this morning to give you an update on our I-495 American Legion Bridge Transit and TDM study. The next slide, please. So we first mentioned this study to you last
fall, actually at the December board meeting. In November, Governors Northam and Hogan announced a bi-state accord to create a new unified capital beltway, replacing the aging American Legion Bridge and relieving congestion at one of the country's worst traffic choke points. So this study that we're working on now is intended to complement ongoing projects that are occurring both in Virginia and Maryland to provide a region-wide seamless network of reliable travel options around the Capital Beltway, I-270, I-95, and I-395, in addition to I-66 as well. Much like the Accord, this study, which came out of that Accord, is something that we're working on jointly with our partners at the Maryland Department of Transportation and the Maryland Transit Administration. We have funded it together. We are managing it jointly, working with a consultant team from Kimley Horn. But the study that we're working on to look at multimodal options is something that is completely separate from the improvement projects that are going on in the corridor. It's really most closely tied to the reconstruction of the American Legion Bridge. Next slide, please. So in terms of objectives, what we are working on with this particular study is to look at a range of potential current and future multimodal solutions that could help reduce congestion, improve trip reliability, and making regional connections and really supplementing that bi-state travel that occurs across the American Legion Bridge and enhancing existing and planned multimodal mobility and connectivity. Next slide. To do this, we've taken on a study process that has included a series of stakeholder meetings. We've held 3 of those stakeholder meetings to date. We have 2 or 3 meetings remaining with our stakeholders group. We've also undertaken some corridor-specific commuter surveys. The first survey was completed back in August and was intended to gain an understanding of commuter choices, in addition to driving alone by people that use that corridor to get to and from work. The second survey, which will go out later this month, is intended to gain input on our draft recommendation. In addition to the meetings and the surveys, we do also have a project website that includes all of the materials and a public comment form that's available for the public to learn more about our study at any point in time. Next slide, please. So in terms of our stakeholders, we do have a very broad range of stakeholders covering both states, including local governments, transit operators, the commuter assistance agencies in both Virginia and Maryland, and then regional entities, including the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, and the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. Our partners at VDOT and at the Maryland Department of Transportation have also been engaged, kind of watching what we're doing on the multimodal side as they advance their projects in the corridor. Next slide, please. So in terms of travel demand, we have realized very quickly that there is significant travel between the 2 states, between activity centers on the Maryland 355 corridor in Silver Spring in Maryland, to Virginia destinations like Tysons, Dunloring, and the Route 7 corridor. There's currently no transit service that directly connects these areas together, although some of the pairs of activity centers that we do see, like areas in Roslyn and the Pentagon, that do attract a number of trips from Montgomery County, are currently served and better served by the existing Metro Rail network. It is important to note that there is less travel demand from Virginia to activity centers in the Maryland side of the study, and that demand is more geographically spread out than it is going from the Maryland activity centers to Virginia. Next slide, please. So as we have worked on looking at those pairs of origin and destinations of trips each day, we have come up with a range of potential transit alternatives that we're going through a screening process to narrow down the number of options that we take through a more quantitative analysis. As you'll see, we've got, for each of those key destinations on the Virginia side, we've got a number of transit options. Some of them may not warrant further evaluation if they don't meet the objectives of the study, they aren't feasible, or they overlap with other existing transit and commuter assistance options that are already available. Over the next few slides, I'm going to walk you through those pairs just to give you a better feel for what those transit alternatives may look like as we continue that analysis. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start and talk about the pairs between Tyson's on the Virginia side and then the destinations in Maryland. For that particular destination in Virginia, we are looking at 6 route options that come from Maryland to Tyson's. 3 of those route options would include bi-directional service, so that is service that is going both directions during the peak hour. If you look at the number of daily trips, and this is in current year, not looking out into the future, we've got over 16,000 daily trips from the Tyson's area to Maryland, and about 2,000 daily trips. I'm sorry, that's 16,000 daily trips to Tyson's from Maryland, and about 2,000 in reverse that go from Tyson's to the Maryland Activity Centers. Next slide, please. So looking at Arlington as the key point in Virginia to the activity centers in Maryland, we're looking at 7 route options from Maryland to Arlington. 3 of those route options that are under consideration would include that bi-directional service. We do see currently almost 27,000 daily trips to Arlington from those points in Maryland, and almost 4,000 daily trips from Arlington to the Maryland Activity Centers. Next slide, please. Looking at Reston, we're also looking at 7 route options from Maryland to Reston. 3 of those route options would include bi-directional service. A little over 5,000 daily trips come to Reston from those activity centers in Maryland, and about 600 daily trips that originate in Reston to go to the Maryland Activity Centers. Next slide, please. And finally, Dunmoring. Looking at Dunmoring and the connections to Maryland, there are 7 route options that we're looking at from Maryland to Dunmoring. 3 of those would include bi-directional service. Almost 5,000 daily trips from Dunmoring to Dunmoring from Maryland, and about 800 daily trips from Dunmoring to the Maryland Activity Centers. Next slide, please. In addition to transit options, we're also looking at a range of technology and commuter assistance program options. Being able to provide more real-time information to users of the system is something that we try to look at across all of our projects. On the Virginia side, those technology options largely align with work that is going on with the Regional Multimodal Mobility Program, or RM3P, that's currently in development in other corridors. So we're kind of watching that and looking at potential for a similar suite of options for the American Legion Bridge and 495 corridors as well. In addition, we're looking at commuter assistance program options. We have a lot of commuter assistance programs that already serve this particular area, but we're looking at some targeted outreach that would look at this bi-state travel going across the American Legion Bridge. Next slide, please. So in terms of timing, we really got started back in the summer working with Maryland. We've walked through a lot of analytical work, and right now are working on our transit and TDM forecasting and our financial projections, preparing to move ahead with developing a more refined slate of recommendations. Our intent is to come back to the CTB with recommendations at your December meeting, before wrapping the study up and publishing the final study in January of 2021. Next slide, please. I want to emphasize that keeping track of this study is easy. On our DRPT webpage under major initiatives, you'll see a highlighted area for the 495 American Legion Bridge Transit and TDM study. We do post all of our study materials for public review, and our webpage also includes a stakeholder comment link, a comment form where individuals can provide comments at any point in time about the study, about the work that we're doing, and also have a direct connection to our project manager as well. That concludes my update for today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Madam Secretary, it's Mary. Not really a question, but just a kudos. I think this presents a lot of really good information to people who are concerned about the 495 Next project and how it all will work together if we are successful over time in achieving an expanded American Legion Bridge. So I thank staff for the good work. Jen, I just wonder whether you might want to comment on connectivity overall in this part of the of our connection with Maryland. What needs to happen for this all to start working together?
Yeah, it's important to emphasize that there's not a lot of multimodal connection today between Virginia and Maryland across the American Legion Bridge because it is a choke point. And so there have been some Metro bus routes and other transit that has been tried in the past, but those buses, they end up in the same traffic with everybody else. And so really looking at this corridor between 495 Next and the managed lanes and the linchpin being the American Legion Bridge, you know, that seamless managed lanes network is what supports good transit in this corridor. And so it's really important that we continue to look at those improvements and look longer range in terms of how the transit could help support the corridor and support commuters in the corridor going into the future.
Madam Secretary,
Oh, hold on, wait. Oh, thank you, Mr. Dotson. Hold on 1 second. Commissioner Britch and Rob Carey, I know that, you know, this study, although separate, it is still an integral part of our work up in Northern Virginia 495 American Legion Bridge. Is this updated information on the Project Next website as well? And how is this being presented in the public hearings, or will be presented in the public hearings up in Northern Virginia?
Madam Secretary, I'd say let me refer back to what Deputy Commissioner Carey is doing for us. He's serving as the liaison back between your office and the 495 team to be able to advance the Project Next meeting, and certainly has taken, I think, six general topic areas that have come out of the public hearings and is advancing responses to each of them as we finalize the environmental document. So with that being said, Rob, can you give an overview of transit is a component that we're putting back out there and will be addressing in future Civic League meetings as we advance Project Next. And you're continuing to have that dialogue both with the civic associations as well as the elected officials in Northern Virginia.
That's correct. And actually, Jennifer DeBruhl and myself have been in contact last Friday. We're working on getting a virtual public meeting set up for later in the month of November, probably mid-November timeframe. And we are going to notify all of the participants in the 495 Next project who have either come to a meeting, signed up for news lists, various contacts we've had with them, to ensure they're all aware. And we want to make sure, while it's not directly tied to Project Next, 495 Next, it certainly is an area where there's been a lot of interest, and we want to make sure that the people who are participating in the 495 Next hearing are well informed of this study and how it plays into the future of those multimodal connections across the American Legion Bridge. So that will all take place before any comment period ends on the 495 Next project, which is slated for December the 4th for those comments to end. So I feel very good about our outreach, and we're going to make sure that the people on that project who have interest in that project know exactly where we are on transit as well in this study. I think you're muted, Secretary.
I've never sounded better. I wanted just to say thank you to you, Rob, because you did accept that assignment to, be a direct liaison with our office, with the commissioner on the public hearings in Northern Virginia, and making sure people understand that this was really one of the first decisions we made in working with Maryland was to set up this study. And so it is a very important component, and making this work with the Capital Beltway Accord and the, dealing with the American Legion Bridge, all of this is integrated. So Rob, is this information that Jen's presenting to us today on the Project Next website in Northern Virginia?
Secretary, I'm going to have to check on that, but we certainly can get it on there.
Yeah, so as people are checking in, I think it's very helpful to know that Virginia and Maryland are working on this component of the project.
Yeah, we'll make sure that's on there if it's not already.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dodson.
Yeah, just real quick, Jennifer. I was interested. Nice presentation. Why'd you pick Dunloring area as far as a point as a comparison? It's a small residential area. I mean, Fairfax is real big, of course, but is that just an area where a lot of people transfer, go from, or just all the other points made sense, but the Dunloring, I don't. Why was that area picked?
Mr. Dodson, we used a data-driven process that looked at travel patterns between Maryland and Dunloring, with the redevelopment in the Mosaic District is really becoming a real destination point in Northern Virginia for folks coming to the Commonwealth for employment, in addition to being a residential area of Fairfax County. So while the numbers are much lower in that Dunloring area, it is definitely an emerging area that we're keeping an eye on. And as we take and extrapolate these numbers using the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments model, amongst other tools, we're expecting to see those numbers really grow as we look out to 2045.
Okay, thanks.
Bert, I would just add that the big Inova Hospital is within walking distance, or not walking distance, but it's about 1.5 miles from the Dunloring Metro Station.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Good point. Anybody else?
Hey, this is Allison. I just have a clarifying question. So is under the Capital Beltway Accord, are there just the two the Project Next and the transit study that was just presented? Are those the two items that fall under that accord? Are there others?
Project Next is actually a very specific segment in Virginia. It's the last 2.5 miles from 495 up to American Legion Bridge. The transit study we put in place because when we announced the Capital Beltway Accord, knowing that we were going to replace the American Legion Bridge and work on that as a choke point, we put that study in place so that transit and multimodal options would be a part of the solutions in that region. The Capital Beltway Accord is actually dealing with the replacement of the American Legion Bridge and creating an express lane network from basically the George Washington Parkway up to a region in Maryland around River Road. So that, Commissioner Bridge, I know you're on, and we are working with Maryland, developing the responsibilities of how we are going to work together regarding that accord. Do you have any updates for this morning, or anything that that might be of interest?
Madam Secretary, I think I can, expand a little bit more about what that Capital Beltway Accord was back in November of last year when that was announced, and then give a quick update on where we are in the conversation with Maryland. Ms. DeTonk, as the Secretary had indicated, the primary reason for the Capital Beltway Accord is to address the region's largest choke point in Northern Virginia, that being the American Legion Bridge. And the Capital Beltway Accord is just an agreement between the two governors and the two states as we're working through the final negotiations as to how to address the reconstruction costs of the American Legion Bridge, its ownership, as well as producing mobility options for Virginians heading into Maryland in the northbound direction, and then the improvements that Maryland would provide in the southbound direction, recognizing that the approaches to the American Legion Bridge are both in Maryland, for one, and then the work that would be undertaken by Maryland would also be on Virginia ground, leading up to the George Washington Memorial Parkway bridge, right where Project Next stops. So, having said that, a little bit about what that accord is, where we are right now in the negotiations with Maryland on setting the terms and conditions is that we have continue to work through what this true scope of the Maryland Express Lanes project is and how that would tie into the George Washington Memorial Parkway and what those costs would look like. We do have a meeting on the calendar next with my counterpart in Maryland and their design team, scheduled for November 6th to advance the discussion as well as the broad terms and agreements for the relationship. In other words, who has what roles and responsibilities in reviewing plans, approval of the plans, long-term maintenance and operational costs, approval of the acceptance of the express lanes once they come into service. And so we have a long list of items that we would normally go through with any other concessionaire, and we're working through with the state of Maryland right now on those terms.
Mr. Tunk, that may have been more than you were looking for. But anyway, I thought that clarification was important.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you for that. And we'll look forward, just to confirming that this information is available to on the Project Next website as well. Up next is a presentation on the cost estimation and the bidding process. I know that I'm going to be presenting it this morning. I will say that that the CTB has, I don't know why I had to stop. It sounded like a truck was backing up. There's an interesting sound. Okay, I don't know. So anyway, thank you, whoever muted. We'll present it this morning. I will also just add that John Malbin and Scott Cathwitz and bringing us to this moment. And I do believe that the board is going to find this presentation very interesting. And so with that, I am going to turn it over, and I thank you.
Good morning, Madam Secretary. This is Bart. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Well, this morning we're coming to you to give you an informational update on something that's been going on for over a year. And I think the Secretary understated the amount of help that Mrs. Malvin and Cassowitz have provided on this and making sure that we move forward with a with a good plan, and we went about this whole process in a very common sense manner. So in May of 2019, Secretary Valentine and Commissioner Britch appointed both CTB members, Mr. Kaskowitz and Mr. Malvin, to work with VDOT on how VDOT can improve its estimating process. And in June of 2019, Commissioner Britch hired me as the chief engineer, and he made it very clear when I came on board that one of my highest priorities was to investigate how we could improve our estimating system, working with both of the board members. In August of 2019, I reached out to the Virginia Transportation Research Council and Cathy McGhee and her folks, and contacted and asked for their assistance in just developing a high-level technical memo regarding how VDOT compared with other DOTs across the nation. And in September the 12th, the first of what would be approximately 11 total meetings, and when I say 11 total meetings, I'm talking about in person, by video, or conference call, took place between myself and Mr. Malvin and Kaskowitz over the next 12 months. I think we would have much rather had a lot more in-person meetings, but we had something that happened in March of this year that's kind of thrown a boomerang at us. So we've had to improvise, adapt, and overcome with COVID-19. However, these initial meetings led us to develop a formal scope in October of how we would proceed forward with looking at our cost estimating process. One of the items that was deemed essential for us to have was to have a third party conduct an independent review of our estimating process. We wanted to make sure that we ensured getting an open, honest, and completely unbiased evaluation was conducted. A competitive procurement process was conducted by VDOT's Performance and Strategic Planning Division, which is Jay Stiles and his folks, and Ernst & Young was selected based on their experience with the subject matter and in both the private and public sectors, but also their experience with working other state DOTs across the nation. E&Y was brought on board in January of 2020 to provide VDOT with this independent party overview of our cost system. So this morning, you're going to have a tag team effort between myself and Mr. Rob Fleiger from Ernst & Young as we go over the informational review and results of their findings. Next slide, please. So in developing the scope of what exactly we wanted to accomplish with our review, the E&Y wanted to look at and stress the following items, as well as VDOT. That we had the support of VDOT staff across the state. Specifically, we wanted the individuals who were currently doing the work to take ownership in the changes that may be moving forward with. A sense of ownership was vital for staff because they wanted to know that their ideas and their opinions were being listened to, but incorporated as well. We wanted to keep our solutions simple because the more complex we made them, we thought the more inefficiency would bring. We must provide consistency across the state in our approach and our policies and our implementation. We brought in the knowledge and experience and skill of our industry partners, both consultants and contractors. We brought them in at various different stages throughout the process because we knew that their voice would be well endowed in the importance of the overview, plus it would also bring a different viewpoint. And we wanted the recommendations to add value at the end of the day to help improve our accuracy and our reliability of our estimates. Next slide, please. So the key question that I asked Ernst & Young to review, to look into, and that the board members also looked at and reviewed into, was does the system that we currently have, is it broken? And does it need to be rebuilt from the ground up? Or do we have a system that is foundationally strong but needs improvements? I believe what you'll find through this morning's presentation is that our system's not broken. However, if we wish to be leaders in the cost estimation field, much like we are in the project priority field with Smart Scale, we have to do two things. One, we must be willing to look at our areas of weakness and improve them. And two, we must be able to look at our strengths and increase them. Next slide, please. So our scope review, we looked at Ernst & Young looked at the existing policies and procedures that we currently have within VDOT. They reviewed industry's leading practices to determine if VDOT's existing processes met or exceeded any known national industry standards. They analyzed historical data. They performed a SWOT analysis of VDOT, and they made recommendations to increase the accuracy and the reliability of our estimates. The drivers of this independent estimate where they looked at, again, at our historical estimating performance. They reviewed over 2,000 projects from FY14 through FY20. They looked at emerging project constraints. We are currently in round 4 of Smart Scale now, and Smart Scale, by any means that you look at it, has fundamentally changed how BDOT does business. It has revolutionized how BDOT programs, prioritizes, and implements our 6-year plan. Other DOTs across the nation look at us as the leaders in this field. We've done an excellent job on this. However, now it's time that we need to take a look at Smart Scale as it impacted our normal business operations and make the necessary modifications that we need to bring the other areas up to Smart Scale's level, estimation being one of the key ones. We increased our transparency and accountability. Our dashboard and our internal performance metrics have helped to increase accountability and transparency across VDOT. We see that also in our cost estimation field as well. And then means and methods. We looked at, Ernst & Young looked at our existing tools, and they found that our users found these not to be the most beneficial. If we expect to have accurate and reliable estimates, we need to provide our staff with the best tools that we can in order to make their jobs as efficient and as easy as possible. Next slide, please. Ernst & Young analyzed VDOT's past performance, again, from FY14 to 2000. They looked at over 2,000 projects, both the design bid build and the design build projects across the state. They reviewed our existing policies and procedures. They conducted over 100 interviews with both internal and external candidates throughout the state. They talked with other state DOTs, and they interviewed our business partners from both the consultant and contracting industry. E&Y investigated how competitive VDOT is compared to our peers across the state. In January of 2020, the Virginia Research Council provided a technical memo on the comparison of cost estimating processes and methods across the nation. They conducted a national survey of our state DOTs. They looked at a national literature review based on AASHTO, Transportation Research Board, and the federal highways. E&Y also conducted a 50-state DOT survey. They had, out of 50 DOTs, they had about 50% participation, which is extremely high. They looked at how other states were organized. They looked at how they dedicated staff for estimation, what types of training were being offered, and did they have their own estimation manual, which provided consistency. From the information obtained, E&Y provided VDOT with a roadmap on the steps needed to increase the accuracy and reliability of not just our project estimates, but more importantly, our estimation system. So I'm going to turn it over to Rob, who's going to go through the actual information that E&Y conducted over this 4 to 5 month period, and then I'll wrap it up at the end. Rob?
All right. Thank you, Barton. Can everyone hear me okay?
Sure.
Yes.
All right. I apologize. I think that was me that was creating that truck backing up noise, so I quickly changed audio devices here. Well, good morning, Madam Secretary and members of the board.
Good morning and welcome.
Excuse me?
Morning and welcome.
I'm sorry, can everyone hear me now?
Unclear.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Rob.
I'm sorry, are folks able to hear me?
Yes, Bob, we can hear you.
Okay, I apologize. I wasn't getting any response. So good morning, Madam Secretary and members of the board. As Bart mentioned, Rob Fleiger with Ernst & Young. I lead EY's construction advisory practice, and I led the study effort that we'll present to you today. So this study was performed over a few month period starting in early 2020. What we'll present to you is a high level of some of our key analysis, some of our key observations and recommendations. The report itself is upwards of approximately 250 pages. And as Bart mentioned, this was an exhaustive study. It was very important that we truly understand the estimating process at VDOT. So getting the voice of the central office, getting the voice of the districts. To that end, we conducted almost 130 interviews across the organization. folks that are involved in the process, folks that are stakeholders in the estimating process, understanding who was touching estimating, where within the organization, and in what capacities. We also conducted a survey of peer DOTs. We got a tremendous response with over 50% of DOTs across the country responding to our detailed survey. We interviewed a sampling of VDOT's contractors and consultants, and we also spoke to a couple members of the board to collect their input as well along the way. So if we go to the next slide, collecting all of that anecdotal information, it gave us a good idea of what was happening from a current state perspective. So looking at it from people, process, and technology, the current state, a lot of folks were touching estimating. It was a very fragmented, decentralized process with different people applying different means and methods and using different tools to develop estimates. There was poor data visibility and a lack of standardization. And what we mean by that was, folks understanding what the key inputs were, what happened to those inputs in order to come up with the initial estimates. Not a lot of transparency in the process. And again, fragmented guidance and a lack of standardization that was happening across the Commonwealth. And because of all of those different folks that were involved, being able to make program level changes in approach and policy, rolling out leading practices became a bit cumbersome. From a process standpoint, there is no single repository of estimating guidance. Different groups are releasing different pieces of guidance, and folks are following that in different capacities. From a QA/QC standpoint, while there is a stage gate review process that's happening, the evaluation of the estimate itself was not consistently a piece of that stage gate review process. It was really more about constructability and feasibility of the technical solution itself, but no real incorporation of the impacts to the estimate along the way. And then, given certain funding programs and the adoption of new prioritization programs, in certain cases, budgets are being set very early in the conceptual design process without robust or mature information. Technology and tools, there is the centralized PCES tool for parametric estimating. However, limitations, its inability to keep up with the evolving profile of projects across VDOT has caused a number of these ad hoc technologies to appear across the Commonwealth, folks using different approaches from a data collection and an analytic standpoint to develop their estimates. So a lot of fragmentation, pockets of good practice, but some inconsistency by and large. So when talking to folks, the desired state was a bit obvious. People want to be able to improve the overall consistency of how estimates are developed across the Commonwealth. So being able to share knowledge among the various districts, to share leading practices, being able to collaborate more between central office and the districts, and then within central office and the districts between planning and design and construction. More collaboration, less of a siloed approach, more seamless integration. From a process standpoint, clear and consistent methodology, recognizing that there are regional nuances and risks, but having that fundamental basis of estimating approach and methodology from a consistency standpoint. More transparency into how risks are identified, analyzed, and incorporated into the estimating process. And then more alignment with what's happening in the industry. There's been a lot of change in how folks are improving the accuracy of their estimates, more intelligence, leveraging a lot of the data that you're sitting on to incorporate into more accuracy in the estimates. And then from a technology standpoint, having technology that fits the changing profile of projects, the changing risk environment, understanding what is happening in the tools to create the estimates. So no more black box where data comes in and whatever comes out. Having more control over the algorithms within the technology itself. Being able to better leverage all of that data that you have, incorporating market factors into the estimate so that your risk process, your contingencies are better reflective of the risk environment of those particular projects. So that was the desired state. So if you go to the next slide. Like always, we collect all that anecdotal information, paint the picture, but then we want to support it with data. And as Bart mentioned, we collected a whole host of data. We went back about 6 years, collected almost 2,000 design, bid, build contracts, both the estimates and the bid and award. And then also we went back actually further with the design build, but for comparison purposes, we're looking at 6 years worth of design build contracts as well, really to get a sense of the overall accuracy of VDOT's estimates. And so when comparing the latest planning estimate to the bid and award process, if you look at it just in the aggregate, you see that over the last 6 years, VDOT has performing at a net 5% overestimation. So in the aggregate, it's within the bounds of industry suggested tolerances for accuracy. If you look at FHWA guidance, which is kind of what we used as the benchmark here, where they say that at least 50% of your estimates need to fall within plus 10 or minus 10%. You see here in the aggregate, VDOT is performing within those bounds. But we peeled back the layers of the onion to understand where exactly there might be some opportunities for improvement. But one thing on this slide here, if you look, you see that while it is a 5% net overestimation, over the last couple years, particularly on the design bid build side, you see that overestimation has been trending down to the point that in 2019 it was a net underestimation of 4%. And so it's too early to tell whether that's being driven by the rigors of smart scale. The population of projects is too small. But there have been some behavioral changes in the last couple of years that are causing folks to rethink about how they develop their estimates, how they price risk, and that may be driving this change from a net overestimation to a net underestimation. So jumping to the next slide. And again, we talked about that in the aggregate, that net 5%. But if we take the FHWA guidance of 50% of your estimates falling within plus 10, minus 10%. That's the blue bar that you see going across the screen here in the top and the bottom. The top is the design bid build contracts. The bottom is the design build. You see that you really are scattered with as far as where the estimates are actually falling out. And while many are being clustered within that band, you see here that there is certainly an opportunity for improvement in tightening up some of those outliers that are falling outside of the bar here. What we did here is we flagged some of the high profile, what we call misses that have occurred over the last couple of years. And you see how they are influencing some of the overall numbers. So if we go to the next slide here, and we looked at the estimating performance a number of different ways. We sliced it by district, we sliced it by project type. And what we found is, if you look at the design bid build contracts themselves, only 44% of the awards or the estimates were falling within that accuracy tolerance of the plus 10 and minus 10%. And then if you look a little bit closer, over 50% of those projects within design bid build are paving contracts. And generally, VDOT has been performing better on the paving contracts. You see here that 54% of the paving estimates are falling within that tolerance. So doing a pretty good job of estimating those types of projects. The non-paving contracts, you see here, only 32% of those estimates are actually falling within that tolerance. So while in the aggregate, it's telling a pretty good story. And from an anecdotal standpoint, there are pockets of good practice. We see here that there is certainly opportunity to improve the overall accuracy of VDOT estimates here. Doing a little bit better on design build here, where 54% of the design build contracts have been falling within those tolerances. All right, so the next slide. And again, we used FHWA as a guidance. There's a number of different criteria out there. AASHTO has some criteria. NCHRP has some criteria. The FHWA guidance was one that was easily relatable. And we saw that a couple of other, a majority of other DOTs were also considering that FHWA guidance has their criteria. So that's why we fell on that for purposes of this study. And as Bart mentioned, we did a SWOT analysis. And again, we went into a whole level of depth with what we looked here, but some of the key themes, the Smart Scale program itself, and when comparing to other DOTs, that was consistently cited as a leading practice. Having rigor and structure around the prioritization of projects, which does have an effect on the way in which projects are estimated and when. But just having that degree of science around the identification and selection and prioritization of projects is something that a lot of peer DOTs are striving towards. VDOT for a long time has been viewed by peers as being a leader in transparency, dashboarding, reporting, information that's being provided to the public, the ability to drill down and see how projects are performing, programs are performing, districts are performing. That is a strength of VDOT that was cited among the peer comparison. And then a robust bid and award process along each step of the procurement process, very consistent alignment with leading practices in procurement. From a weaknesses standpoint, we talked about some of this already, the fragmented guidance and what that means as far as consistency and how folks are developing estimates, the rigor in which folks are tackling the estimates. Some of the organizational silos, and this is something we heard among your peer organizations as well. Construction and design is a silo that folks cited across the board. We heard that in pockets here as well. And then also between the central office and the districts. Districts feeling that their project profile, their risk profile, the localized nuances were so distinct that they had to be given that bit of autonomy, whereas central office feeling that there needed to be some consistency in how estimates are being developed. So where do you marry those two? And then obviously we talked about the lack of confidence in the existing technology and tools. We talked about things like the black box, what happens when I put all my inputs in and how does it come out with the estimate? Is it capturing everything it needs to give me a good picture of performance? From an opportunity standpoint, having that ability to better utilize data early in the process, recognizing that structurally things like smart scale exist, and you're going to have to figure out how to build more intelligence into your estimates early on so that the budgets that get approved through smart scale have more rigor behind them. So having that ability to take that data that you're sitting on, working it into the process much earlier so that you can have an accurate representation of risk, some of the market considerations and factors that could be influencing certain projects. How do you build those in early, even though your design isn't at a mature state? How do you involve the construction resources earlier in the planning process and break down some of those silos? And then building more science around how you're developing risk contingencies, where we saw that's one that is very subjective. Folks, if they want to stay green from a metric standpoint, will tend to overestimate risk, and then you end up with a higher initial estimate. But when things like smart scale are introduced and you need to be competitive with your bid, obviously having that higher estimate might not result in prioritization of your project. So how do you balance that? And then also the threat. We talked about smart scale as a positive, but it also has the ability to influence behaviors, right? If you're locking in project budgets at an early stage of design with immature information, that could result in a flaws in the initial project budget, which could have scope pressures down the line. So how do you manage the advent of smart scale and other funding programs? And then the dashboarded business rules, while they are a positive from a transparency standpoint, are they influencing behaviors? We heard a lot of folks talking about this fear of going red from a metric standpoint. And what does that mean? The reluctance to go back and tweak budgets and tweak estimates. You might be, as a result, tweaking scope to stay within budget. So how is that influencing behaviors? It's an unintended consequence of having more transparency and accountability. All right, so next slide. All right, and as mentioned, we conducted a survey of peer DOTs, and we had, I believe 26 out of the 50 DOTs participated, and we focused on those areas of people and organization, process, technology, and tools, external market conditions, and how they were incorporating that into their estimates. So if we go to the next slide. So some interesting results. By and large, people did have, or your peer DOTs did have defined policies and procedures. In many cases, they were centralized in an estimating manual. DOTs were getting better at and formalizing the solicitation of their construction work stream into the design process to get more of that intelligence early in the planning process. But you see here still less than 40% of the DOTs have figured out that formula at this point. The training was inconsistent. We saw here at VDOT there is training. It's a bit ad hoc or situational, but we saw that folks were focusing a bit more on training, and you did see that across DOTs, over half did have some formal cost estimating training that was embedded in the process. From a process standpoint, this was an interesting one, how people were comparing their own performance. So, the majority of DOTs were comparing their final design estimate to the bid award as a measure of their performance. And what we saw here at VDOT is basically VDOT was comparing each iteration of the design estimate to its initial estimate as a measure of performance. So it was a bit of a convex approach to how a lot of the peers. When we did our analysis to estimate VDOT's performance, we did it consistent with how other peer DOTs are doing it. And so that was an area that we saw an opportunity for improvement. We did see that a lot of DOTs are having to lock in their baseline estimates earlier in the process, but in many cases that was at 10% to 30% design completion, where again, depending on where a project is at the time of the smart scale prioritization, they could be at a much earlier stage of maturity. And only half of DOTs are actually formally quantifying risk, and this is an opportunity for improvement that was cited across the board, where folks were saying, yes, we need to do a better job of figuring out how we establish our contingencies so that we're not just using rules of thumb where we say at this percent of design completion, we put in 70%, we put in 50%, but having a little bit more science in how risk is evaluated and contingencies are established. Technology, most folks were using AASHTO-aware modules, but we did see that other folks were developing some fixes through proprietary or homegrown tools consistent with what VDOT is doing and experiencing. But that being said, at peer DOTs, we did see that 63% of peer DOTs, all of the estimating professionals were using the same tools. That's lower here at VDOT because of the advent of tools like the Stanton and then Bristol and Northern Virginia all having their own estimating tools that they've been using. Predictive analytics are not being used, but a lot of DOTs view that as an area of growth, an area of opportunity. Almost half are interested or in the process of exploring tools to have more predictive risk built in. But by and large, folks are not using that yet, but they recognize the power of the data that they're sitting on. External market conditions, and this is one that by and large folks are not, they haven't figured out the formula of how to conduct formal market supply and demand studies, how to work that into their estimating forecasts. But we do have some recommendations in there on some low-hanging fruit on how to consider some of that market information. So an opportunity almost across the board from an industry perspective. Most folks were not complaining about legislative constraints impacting their estimates. That was a bit of a surprise because we do know that prioritization programs are popping up all over the country, and a common complaint is usually that means that we're kind of putting the cart before the horse. But from a survey perspective, not a lot of folks were suggesting that legislative constraints were impacting their ability to estimate. And then external market conditions, a lot of folks, as you would imagine, are considering fuel prices, inflation, adjustment factors in their estimating approach. So from a summary standpoint, there were some areas where VDOT was misaligning with what was happening in the industry, particularly around how they measure their own performance, the degree of consolidation of their policies and procedures, but certainly some alignment with what was happening from a peer perspective. So if we go to the next slide. So then we kind of double clicked on a couple of DOTs that we felt were most comparative to VDOT. And we collected available industry information. We leveraged some of the survey results, but we looked at Florida, Georgia, Maryland, North Carolina, Texas, and Washington as direct peer comparisons. And we looked at the maturity of some of the key aspects. So we looked at policies and procedures, prioritization, QA/QC process, the risk identification, performance measures, external market conditions, technology and tools, and training and development. And then we mapped everybody along the maturity curve here. And what you can see in VDOT is that shaded icon that sits in the back there. And for 5 of the 8 criteria, VDOT right now at the current state is either established or leading, established or advanced when compared to some of the industry peers. A couple areas where they're aligned with some others from a developing standpoint, but generally, there are some pockets of good practice that are happening within VDOT. We talked about the prioritization program, things like Smart Scale. We talked about the transparency from a performance measure standpoint. Those are areas where VDOT was largely advanced. Established. So policies and procedures exist, just not in a consolidated fashion. QA/QC stage gate approvals are happening, but opportunities for improvement. Technology and tools exist, but not in a consistent, consolidated manner. So opportunities there. And then really what we focused on from a developing standpoint was really risk management, the ability to take in those external market conditions and the training and consistency so that you have that consistent baseline of understanding when folks are involved in the estimating process. So if we go to the next slide here. All right, so the synopsis of all of that, when looking at anecdotally and understanding what was existing, what were some opportunities for improvement, what were some challenges, when doing the peer comparison, when looking at the data, as Bart mentioned at the beginning, the overall estimating process is not fundamentally broken at VDOT. Right? From an aggregate standpoint, performance is within accepted accuracy tolerances, but peeling back and looking at portions of the program, certainly opportunities for improvement. Hearing anecdotally what folks are wrestling with on a daily basis, certainly some opportunities for people, process, and technology improvement. In the report, we came up with dozens and dozens of recommendations. Some were structural, some were more process-related, nibbling at the margins. But some of the key recommendations here, one was looking from an organizational perspective at how we can go about being a conduit for leading practices, promoting consistency in use of tools and technology. And we explored a number of different options, but came up with what we called an estimating office. And the estimating office is not to be confused with a centralized estimating function, which was one of the options that was considered. This estimating office is really a collection of functions that will come together to create that degree of consistency that gets rolled out across the organization. So creating one of the early deliverables would be that estimating manual, right? A consolidated set of policies and procedures that can get rolled out consistently across the organization. Training, leading practice transfer, knowledge transfer within the organization, helping to get the tools right-sized so that they align with the changing profile of the program. But really being that conduit for consistency across the organization, but recognizing the fact that there are regional nuances at the district level that you want to be able to maintain and keep those folks that are closest to that risk and that local knowledge, local understanding of the market involved in the process. Arming them with a consistent set of tools and methodology, but allowing them to work in their local understanding and knowledge. So one of the early actions over the next 12 months is the establishment of that estimating office. A couple of activities that go into creating that function. Obviously, setting what the purview of that group will be, who would be part of that estimating office, what are the ways in which you're going to measure the effectiveness of that office, and then the early action of developing the estimating manual. So you have that collective set of consistent methodology that can be rolled out. Later on, getting into the training, once you have that defined set of criteria, making sure that you have uniform training to all of those folks that are still involved in the estimating process at the district level. And then the technology roadmap. It would have been very easy for us to just say, replace all of your existing systems, but we understand that in the early stages, there's some low-hanging fruit to tweak the systems that you have, to build in more capability build in more ability to evaluate risk and incorporate risk and leverage the data that you have now without having to make that huge investment, but thinking about the future as well. If you want to move towards predictive risk and predictive modeling, folks are thinking about, AI in the estimating space. What does that mean from an investment later on? But developing that roadmap now. What can we do with the existing tools that we have to promote consistency? What might be some bridge solutions? And then what might be the long-term technology plan here to get us where we want to be down the line from an estimating standpoint. So that's a consolidated view of what we did over a few month period, but I'll pause there. I believe that's the last slide.
Yes, that is the last slide, Rob, and I appreciate that very much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I think Rob and EY, we want to thank them for what they've done. They did an outstanding review. We asked for this third-party independent review, and there were certain things we found that were very good, that we're very proud to have. There are other things that we now know we need to work on. But as Mr. Malvin has told me on numerous occasions, and I agree with very much, that we want to be seen as number one on doing cost estimating. And Mr. Malvin often lets me know that if you're number two, that's just another term for loser, and we certainly don't want to be there. But this is a first step in the right direction, Madam Secretary. We're going to have to continue to work with E&Y on these recommendations to flush out how these will actually set up and work within VDOT. But the longest journey always starts with the first step. So I think we're moving in the right process. However, I would like to say one thing. I'd like to give Mrs. Malvin and Casswitz the opportunity here, Madam Secretary, if you don't mind, to speak on this, because they have been so valuable in how we've done this. They have come to countless meetings. They have endured some of the interviews that E&Y did. They have always been there when we've asked them to come on board and get their information. And we're all passionate about how we do this. We're all very passionate in the way we go. We've had discussions on which side of the fence we may come down on this, but we wouldn't be here today without the help and the service of both of these. So I'd like to turn it over to either one if they'd like to say a few words. That's okay.
Hey, I'll take the first shot and let Scott fall in, but I had to start out by really complimenting Bart and his staff. I mean, they're a professional group of people, and it reflects on how we currently are in the estimating process. But they understand that there's plenty of opportunities to improve in some areas significantly, and they embrace that approach. And one thing I didn't hear him say, and I think is what we all agree, is that estimating office is going to have a chief estimator, and the structure of how we're going to estimate it is going to change. But the important point is that this is a baseline to get started, but this process has a lot more opportunities for us to get better as we move down the road. And we've identified those opportunities, some of them, but in terms of getting going and start getting the value of getting our estimating more robust, this is a great start, but it's not the end of the journey.
Mr. Casswitz?
Yes, thanks, Madam Secretary. I certainly echo John's comments, and in particular, I want to thank Bart and Jay Stiles for their leadership. We've made a tremendous amount of progress in spite of COVID. So there was a shifting of protocols and approaches during this, but the process didn't slow down. I think following up on John's comments, what we've done in this, and I'm going to call it the first phase, is really lay a foundation for the next 18 months, creating information, a manual, a estimating office, a unified and consistent training approach that will really help us help VDOT provide consistent estimates in the future. As John has said, there's work that remains, and in particular, in the part that we haven't spent a significant amount of time on is the organizational structure that can best deliver these services over the long haul. So, my comments are, this is an extremely important next step. The work that EY did in combination, with our small team that was working from the VDOT and the board side, I think was just, there were great synergies, and things moved very, very effectively. Next steps would be to look at how we deliver this information from an organizational structure standpoint to make certain that we're efficient in that process, that we have the best model for, especially in consideration of smart scale, for how we move forward with our developments on estimating. The last comment is that I think the work that we did prior to this in our meetings has helped all of us develop an understanding of what we need to do our jobs as well. So just my compliments to all involved in this.
Thank you. I had to chuckle to myself when Bart opened it up and said that I underestimated your Mr. Kaskowitz's and Mr. Malvin's input and influence to arrive at this moment. I will certainly say you two have been completely consistent over the years I have known you on this issue, and certainly did not mean to underestimate, because I know how important your input was to get us here. I also, Bart, Jay, Rob, just really an excellent, thorough presentation and all the work over these many months, and I really, really thank you for this. I also just want to go back for one moment to how we originally got to this particular study. And I remember Commissioner Britch and I were fairly new in our positions. There was we were in Northern Virginia at a CTB meeting when, remember the old days we were meeting in person, and we had one of those outlier estimates come before the board where it actually required board action to seek additional funds to complete a project. And Commissioner Britch was very serious about addressing this issue. It was really important to me that we were fully transparent with the board encountering these issues. We knew that smart scale state of good repair had presented some challenges to us. We were working on prioritization, data, using transparent and accountable ways to choose transportation projects, but it came with some consequences in how we were, doing the estimates earlier and among some other factors. So I just want to give credit to Commissioner Britch, Bart, the entire team, even Garrett Moore, going back to his time there of trying to get a handle on this. I do believe, as you all described, phase one, I do believe this is an important step for all of us. And I look forward to making this an integral part of our transportation process. So just much thanks and to so many people. Commissioner Britch, is there anything you'd like to add?
Madam Secretary, there are just a couple points. As you highlighted the fact that we had two projects back to back that had misses in their estimates as we were moving them forward into the construction phase, and really needed to get down to determine how pervasive of an issue this was. And I think Bart summed it up very well, and the EY team summed it up very well. Is the system broken? And the short answer is no. But there is a significant opportunity to be able to continue to improve on how we do our business, and that was a good finding. Even back in that meeting in Northern Virginia, and I remember it very well, the number of times that I stood before you, at that point in time, we said that we're going to review our people, process, and tools. And ironically enough, that came out of the conversation with EY without me interjecting into it near the end. And certainly they added the technology component to it. I think as Rob and Bart have shown here today, smart scale has definitely changed the way that we do business. at the estimating period at the early onset of the project as funds are being developed in an estimate, and that estimate becomes a budget. But as we migrate through the project development phase, it's going to be very important. I asked that this slide be put back up for everyone to see, and as Mr. Kasprowitz and Mr. Malman have indicated, we do have an 18-month journey ahead of us, and as Bart said, this is the first phase. So the next steps in this is we will begin the hiring process for a chief estimator following today's presentation back to the board to be able to create this estimating office and begin this journey, as you will. This is a first step. This person will have a heavy expectation on them to be able to build consistency in how we do our business. But I look forward to this opportunity. The good news is that we aren't broken, but again, we have the opportunity for significant improvement in this area, and it's certainly to continue as SmartScale continues to change our business. This is going to continue the way that we advance projects within the organization. So with that being said, you'll see a job advertisement out there for a chief estimator to be able to lead this office in the coming days, and excited to finally get this up and underway.
Thank you. God, that is going to be quite a job. I can't wait to meet the person who gets that job. So anybody else?
Madam Secretary, this is Mary.
Hi, Ms. Hines.
This is great work and really will, I think, help address a lot of the issues that we have been grappling with. You know, the other major change beyond SmartScale that has happened is the creation of regional entities with their own funding that then has to, that VDOT actually manages or delivers projects. And that's just another layer of where estimation has a role to play. And I just thought it was worth it to say today, in the context of this plan, that thinking through that relationship with the Central Virginia or with NOVA or with HR TAC or with the I-81 corridor folks, how those entities with governing bodies made up of people who may or may not do transportation funding and policy all the time, how those entities are brought in and understand how estimation happens, and their confidence in the fairness is going to also be important moving forward. So I just couldn't let the day pass without saying that.
Yeah, Madam Secretary, this is Cedric. I agree wholeheartedly with Mary. There was a truck outside of my office, so I could not chime in. But I think her point is a very important one as we move this effort forward. This is a great presentation and great work on behalf of everyone involved.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary of the show.
Hey, Shep.
How you doing?
I am well.
Kudos to you and the team, John and Scott and Bart. This is great work, and I've been one of those ones that have been trying to understand this, where we were on this. I have a couple questions on slide 9, where they showed the percent within the target, or they showed we're falling behind there. But the point is the target for estimates falling within 10% of the award is 50% on that slide. And I'm no expert in the estimating field, but if I'm trying to make a decision and I'm getting only 50% within 10% as a target, I'm not feeling real good about the target. Is that expected to increase as we get better at this? I can't see the whole bell curve on that. I don't know how many are way outside in this slide. I saw some of that before, but that's a pretty low number. So I'd like to understand where we expect to get through as we move through this process. And then I have another question. Maybe there's an answer, maybe there's not at this point, but.
Rob, do you want to take?
Yeah. Yeah, so the initial action was to try to get within the industry established criteria. Certainly, as an organization, you can set loftier accuracy targets, but from a consistency standpoint, the FHWA guidance was that 50% threshold. So, working towards that first, and then thinking as an organization where you want to go to.
So half the time we'd expect to be outside 10% at the target. And to me, that's, maybe I'm trying to apply too much business logic to me, but if I had guys coming in and half the time they were outside of 10%, I wouldn't be very happy about it. So that's a comment. I'll let that move on. The other question I had is, and this study was not intended perhaps to address this, but I was wondering, one of the things I've sort of understood in the process is that the risk that's calculated in by the contractor is often significantly more than the risk that we calculate in our estimates. And some of that is environmental, is supply and demand, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the question is, are we putting much focus on how to manage the cost of that risk? And by that, I mean, if I had a schedule risk associated with weather, and I built that, and I set a hard number that they were trying to get to, and if they were outside of that, there was real risk that that came to the contractor. If I took that risk on myself as the payer, as VDOT, and said, listen, the rain's the rain, and nobody's going to control that, and as long as it meets these criteria and it's outside of that, then we'll give you more money for that. But if it's not outside of that, we're not going to give you more money for that. So in that way, I've assumed the risk, and it is what it is, whatever it turns out to be. Similarly on construction materials, I know that there's been some schedule risk associated with getting construction materials in tight markets. Some of that might have to do with how geographically spread we are on certified materials, because some of that stuff needs to be certified by us as being okay. And do we do that in Kentucky versus just Virginia? But the other part of it is, if nobody can get it, nobody can get it. And I'd hate to build all that risk into the bid and then have that risk not occur and we still pay for it. And so I'm wondering, is there any sanity in what I'm saying, number one? Number two, is there any work to try to bring some of that risk out of the contractor back to the Commonwealth so that we only pay for it when it happens? Thank you.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Miller, I'll start and I'll ask Bart to jump in on a couple of the items that you've identified. First and foremost, that I think where we were back in late 2018, early 2019, when we had the misses on a number of projects, it is because we did not adequately address the risk components that were there in industry, or as the contractor had perceived it. And there are three topic areas that really were highlighted in our initial review before EY came in, and as I presented back to the board. And those dealt with how do we address the inflationary factors associated with right-of-way. And what the particular instance was in Northern Virginia, where we had valuation of properties increase quite significantly between the last time that estimate was updated and when that project went to bid. And unfortunately, we did not cover that. The other areas are utilities that we continue to see, as well as the environmental factors that were there. So this chief estimator's role and responsibility needs to be taking it through the lens of a contractor rather than an engineer, and looking at how markets are changing, how supply and demand may be changing, and other components, to be able to make sure that even on a geographic basis that we're keeping up with the trends as a contractor would see it, not necessarily an engineer. And so we're starting to make that cultural shift with this individual, and it's going to take that people, process, and tools to be able to continue to make that change. One aspect, and Rob did pick up on this in the presentation, is that we do have capability to make changes to our, for example, fuels or oil and asphalt inflation, depending upon the price of gas at any given time. And Bart can expand upon this as to what that is in there. So we do have mechanisms already in place to address the inflation or fluctuations within the marketplace for steel and fuel prices. But are there other items that we can address? And to your final point, I think you're suggesting that there may be an opportunity to assume more risk in certain areas back to the Commonwealth, and not so much to have the contractor bid on those items. This happens naturally within a P3. In a design build contract, we will see more risk being placed on the contractor, and in certain times we may want to assume more risk when it needs to be well balanced, and that's part of the project development process. So Bart, do you care to add anything to that?
Yes, sir. I think so in regards to the risk factor that Mr. Miller's brought up, that is something that if you look through back through the presentation again, you'll see we mentioned that several different times. Mr. Miller, having been a contractor before I came to work for the department, I share the view that risk is something that is shared, and it can be shared by all parties, and it is a balancing act. And it depends upon the project and how you do it, and the amount of risk that one entity is willing to pick up. But risk is an absolutely high priority item when you're doing estimates. And either the inability to factor it in properly or the ability to factor it in properly can make or break an estimate. So risk is absolutely a high degree of a priority on our list. And I can remember Mr. Malvin or Mr. Cathis one asked me, they said, Bart, will we not have any more of these projects that come through, these legacy projects that come through that we're going to have issues with estimates? And I told him, I said, sir, I can't guarantee that. But what I can guarantee you is this. We've gone through a process, and we're much better off today than we were 15 months ago, and we are in this process. But the goal here is to get better with each passing day as we move forward on this. So yes, sir, risk is a probability that we need to take into consideration.
Bart, to be clear, I recognize that most of what we've talked about has been how to calculate risk and put it in the estimate. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm really talking about something that's a little different, which is how to assume risk back to the Commonwealth that's sort of out of anybody's hands, so that it doesn't get necessarily priced in to a bid where they have to price it in fully because they don't know what it is. And it might be half, it might be a quarter, it might be 100%, but it'll never be more than 100%. And if we could bring some of that out of that contract somehow, bring it back to the Commonwealth so that if it occurred, then it was a cost to the Commonwealth. If it didn't occur, it would not be a cost to the Commonwealth. It would not have to be included in the calculation to begin with. So just a way to transfer some risk, if it made sense, is what I was suggesting, not whether we calculate it properly.
I will just
Got
say
that
that
train going again.
one, and so we will continue to have these discussions, and but I really thank you very much for an excellent presentation, and you have certainly inspired a great deal of thinking. So we will be working very closely moving forward. So with that, understanding that this is just the start of phase one, I am now going to turn this over to Joanne Maxwell for an update on the regulatory review.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just waiting on my presentation. Carol, can somebody pull my presentation up?
Yes, they're working on it right now.
Okay, thank you. So while they're pulling that up, I can go through some of the basics. As you all will recall, we've been going through periodic regulatory reviews basically every 6 months. This is now the 4th round, the regulatory review process, where our goal is to finish the complete process, or for the complete set of regs, by June of 2021, I'm sorry, December 2021. So we're making progress. Just as a reminder, this process is mandated by both law and the governor's executive order, and basically dictates that regulations of entities such as the board and VDOT have to be reviewed at least once every 4 years. And so that is what we are doing. Just a quick recap of what the process involves. An agency is supposed to post a notice to the public on Virginia Town Hall at the beginning of a periodic review. The notice is published in the next edition of the Virginia Register of Regulations. Then the agency collects public comment on the regs, and then within 120 days of the end of the public comment period, the agency must report on its review and indicate one of the following: either that the regulation be retained as is, that the regulation is going to be amended, and then they start the process for amendment, or 3, that the regulation will be repealed. The timing is perfect. If you can go to slide 5. Presenter, can you go to slide 5? All right, just still going over generalities. Just to sum up, basically we're estimating that there'll be 33 chapters to be reviewed. We've done, thus far, we're in the 4th round, and after this round, we will have, we're covering 4 chapters of regs this go round. Action is due on those at the end of December, and then we'll have 2 more rounds to address basically 12 remaining regulations. And again, we anticipate that last, we will have completed this process for all of the regulations by December 31st, 2021. Again, the process that we're using is we're presenting the regulations and proposed actions in a workshop, and then at some point thereafter, and in order to comply with the 120-day deadline for action, we are then asking the CTB to take the action on each of the regulations that have been reviewed during that period. Continue with a little more substantive information. We're going to be reviewing 4 regulatory chapters this go round today. The first is 24 VAC 30-61, which deals with the rules and regulations governing the transportation of hazardous materials through bridge and tunnel facilities. Then the next the next regulation is 24 VAC 30-315, that addresses the standards for use of traffic control devices to classify, designate, regulate, and mark state highways. I am now on slide 6, if that helps. There you go. Thank you. So we've got the traffic control devices. Then the third set of regs is involves 24 VAT 30-340, which involves debarment or suspension of contractors. And finally, 24 VAC 30-390 involving the regulations that address the Virginia scenic highways and byways. Next slide, please. All right, the first step that we're looking at today is the rules and regulations governing the transportation of hazardous materials through bridge and tunnel, through tunnel facilities. Per the law, the CTB has general authority under section 33.2-210 to make regulations, promulgate regulations for the protection of and use of traffic on and for the use of system of state highways. So there's a very broad authority for the CTB to basically make regulations for purposes of protecting the use of highways and the traffic on those highways. In addition, something that's also relevant to this particular set of regs is federal law allows each state to designate routes over which vehicles transporting hazardous materials may travel on the highways, and then it also allows states to impose restrictions and limitations on those vehicles. Specifically, that's set out in 49 U.S.C. 5112. The regulation that we're talking about today is, it just basically addresses the 6 tunnels that are VDOT tunnels in the Commonwealth, and it provides the restrictions that apply to those tunnels. The 6 tunnels are Big Walker Mountain Tunnel, East River Mountain Tunnel, the Elizabeth River tunnels, downtown and midtown, the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, and then the Monitor Merrimack. This regulation is very much safety oriented. It was originally adopted by the CTB in 1995. It's never been substantively amended. It was last reviewed actually in 2010. This regulation, based on the protocol for review and regs, we are recommending that it be retained as is, and that is because it's necessary for the protection of public. It's very clear, written to be understandable. There's no negative impact on small businesses, and again, it is very much focused on safety and maintaining the safety of those tunnels. As we completed the process, we had gotten and received no public comments on this regulation. So again, we're recommending for this particular regulation that it be retained as is. Next slide. The next set of regs is somewhat similar to the last. It involves the standards for use of traffic control devices to classify, designate, regulate, and mark state highways. First, federal law requires states to adopt a document called the MUTCD, which is the Manual on Traffic Control Devices, or Uniform Traffic Control Devices. That is set out in the federal regulations. And then also pursuant to Virginia statutes, the commissioner is authorized to establish uniform standards for marking state highways. And then finally, we still have as a backdrop the language in the law that I mentioned for the last regulation, that the CTB has authority to promulgate regulations to govern the use of state highways. In furtherance of that, of those directives, VDOT and this board actually in 2012 adopted a regulation that in essence adopted the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which sets out all the uniform standards for those devices, and we're talking devices such as signs, roadway markings, traffic signals, work zone devices, highway and rail grade crossing devices, and basically adopting the principle behind the uniform standards is that you have uniform standards not only in the state but across the country for the most part, and so it provides for safe, orderly, and efficient use of the highways for all road users and consistency. They know what to expect whether they're in Virginia or in another state. In essence, we feel like this regulation should be retained as is. It's necessary for the protection of the public. Again, written to be understandable. It basically incorporates the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. No negative impacts on small businesses. Again, this regulation was adopted by the CTB in 2012 and has not been amended, and we received no public comments on the regulation. Next slide. The next slide is addressing regulations that were adopted by the CTB the policy was adopted by CTB in 1983, actually 1981, and amended in 1983, and it deals with the debarment or suspension of contractors. There's a section in code, actually in the Procurement Act of Virginia, that says, and I'm going to have to confess error on this first bullet. I think this bullet can be a little more clear, and this, at the end of the day, is probably going to be instrumental in the action that ultimately is taken. Basically, in the Procurement Act, the Virginia Procurement Act, which was adopted in 1982, it provides that debarment procedures should be in writing or must be in writing and should be adopted by an agency that is designated by the governor. It's slightly different from what you see on this slide. That being said, yesterday and the day before, we were continuing to research this matter, and what we have found is that there is actually now a governor's executive order that is designating a state agency to adopt debarment procedures, and that state entity has done that. That executive order, in essence, is implementing the law. We don't see anything anywhere in the Code of Virginia that authorizes or directs the CTB to adopt regulations dealing with debarment. This other state agency, DGS, the Department of General Services, Department of Procurement and Services, has actually adopted a regulation that incorporates the vendor's manual, and the vendor's manual incorporates the processes and procedures for debarment, as well as the criteria. So we're in a situation now where I think we are going to have to definitely repeal this regulation because the CTB regulation is now obsolete. No statutory basis for it, and instead another state agency has now promulgated regulations and procedures for debarment of contractors. So that being said, notwithstanding the fact that we posted this for public comments, which we have to do regardless of the status of the reg, we received no public comments, but in summary, we are recommending that, and our recommendation is probably going to be different as well. We're recommending repeal of the regulation, and it is also likely that the policy is going to need to be repealed or significantly modified to, if nothing else, acknowledge the debarment regulations and procedures of DGS. So that is our recommendation for debarment or suspension of contractors in that regulation. All right, next slide. And this is the last regulation that we're talking about today, and this deals with the designation of scenic highways and Virginia byways. This regulation is there's nothing in the Code of Virginia that dictates that these designations be done pursuant to a policy or to a regulation. Rather, in Section 33.2-405 of the Code, the law provides that the CTB may, with the coordination of DCR and Recreation, designate a scenic highway or Virginia byway. And as a result, in 1973, the CTB adopted a policy on designating scenic highways and byways, and then also entered into an MOA with DCR to agree on the criteria for such designations. In 2018, January of 2018, the CTB revised the policy and amended and directed VDOT to enter into an amended MOU with DCR. And that all happened as recent as 2018. Again, the statutory authority does not require the regulation, only that the CTB cooperate with DCR. and the regulation is duplicative of the CTB policy. When we posted the reg, we received no public comments. And as a result, because of the lack of statutory authority for regulation, we are recommending that the regulation be repealed, but that the policy in this case be retained. And again, the policy that is in place right now was adopted by the CTB in 2018.
As of this summer, I've also completed my first
next slide.
Where I was finally able to apply what I've been learning to the classroom to the real world.
Next steps, basically what we were looking at is to present CTB with a resolution in December to approve the recommended actions for these four CTB regulations. Then we would post the results on Town Hall, and then next spring, as you all are aware, we will repeat the process for the next set of regulations, which will need to be reviewed by June 30, 2021. And then in the ensuing months and years, we will just continue this process. I would say that we won't be done. Once we've reviewed all of the regulations, we will need to go back and continue to complete the process. But I think I can say that the next go round, after we get through the first set of these regulations for the first time, I think it will be much easier and much simpler process, and something that will be, since we have done reviews so recently, I think it will be a much easier process and not as heavy a lift. Madam Chair, that concludes my presentation.
Ms. Maxwell, what a job you have undertaken. So thank you very much for that. Ms. Hines, anything you would like to address at this moment?
Well, thanks, Secretary Valentine. I would just say to my colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and read all the policies that are recommended for retention, just to make sure there's not something else we need to pay attention to. Not that staff wouldn't have flagged it, but sometimes we look with a different eye. But Joanne and I have already been in conversation.
And Madam Chair, I am more than happy to make all of these materials available to the board members if they so wish. I just did not want to inundate their inboxes unless they were truly interested.
Well, I think that is a great idea. For anyone who is interested, you can let Carol know, and she'll make sure to get the information to Joanne. Unless, of course, you just reach out to Joanne directly. Anybody else on the board? Okay, well, it shows what an excellent job you did. So thank you, Ms. Maxwell. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer DeBruhl for the commuter choice presentation on I-66.
Good morning again, Madam Secretary and members of the board. The next presentation on your agenda is a joint presentation provided by DRPT and our partners at the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission about the commuter choice program. Perfect timing. Next slide, please. I'm going to go ahead and walk you through some of the introductory material before turning it over to Ben Owen, who manages the program for NVTC. I want to start and just as a refresher, give you a few high-level reminders about commuter choice. The commuter choice program reinvests a portion of toll revenues from two Northern Virginia express lane corridors, the I-66 inside the Beltway and the I-395-95 corridors, into multimodal transportation projects that benefit the toll payers of those respective corridors. There are a range of multimodal strategies that are potentially eligible for funding under the commuter choice program, including new and enhanced bus services, access to transit, transportation demand management or commuter assistance programs, carpool and vanpool strategies, bus and rail capital type projects, including park and ride lots, and also roadway operational improvements that improve accessibility. In order for a project to be eligible and to be funded under the program, the project must support the improvement goals, first and foremost of maximizing person throughput, and then implementing a multimodal improvement, including improved mobility, supporting new and diverse travel choices, and enhancing transportation safety and travel reliability. And most importantly, again, relate these benefits will relate these projects back to the toll payer so that the toll payer benefits from the provision of that additional mode of transportation in the corridor. Next slide, please. In terms of eligibility, on the 66 corridor, all of the jurisdictions that fall within Planning District 8 are eligible. That includes the jurisdictions that are part of the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, as well as Prince William County, which is part of the Potomac-Rappahannock Transportation Commission. Next slide, please. And a few, we need to go back. There we go. A few key roles and responsibilities. This is a very integrated process that we go through for commuter choice. The Commonwealth Transportation Board has the final approval on the projects for funding that have been identified by the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission via DRPT, and also the CTB receives the annual commuter choice report. VDOT manages the tolling for I-66 inside the Beltway. They provide the payments to NVTC for the projects that are selected and approved by the board. At DRPT, our role is to review the projects for eligibility, to look at their benefits, and to coordinate with the Office of the Attorney General on eligibility and making sure there is that connection and benefit of the toll back to the toll payer. And DRPT does make the final recommendation to the CTB in terms of bringing an action item to you for consideration. NVTC is responsible for managing the program. They have a very robust program that Ben will walk you through momentarily, but they do go through the technical evaluation process. They select and recommend multimodal improvements. They monitor the effectiveness of those projects closely, and then report to the CTB on an annual basis about the effectiveness of those projects. And they also serve to market the different transportation options that are in the corridor. And they work with the applicants and funding recipients that apply for and carry out the projects that are described. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Ben Owen. He's the Senior Program Manager at NVTC, and he's responsible for managing the Commuter Choice Program. He's going to walk you through the rest of today's presentation.
Welcome, Ben.
Thank you. Good to be with you again.
Great.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. Good morning, Madam Secretary and members of the board. Next slide, please. So Jen covered some of the high-level eligibility aspects of commuter choice, and I'll start my part of the briefing with an overview of our scoring process and then get into the rather atypical revenue situation we're facing with our I-66 corridor program due to repercussions of the COVID-19 public health emergency and how we're looking to handle programming for the fiscal year 2021 through 22 period in light of this. So our evaluation process really emphasizes how well proposed projects meet those two main improvement goals that Jen mentioned of maximizing person throughput and fostering multimodal improvements that are likely to be effective as well as attractive to commuters. So this is what's encompassed under technical merit, and these receive 70 of the 100 possible points in the process. We also look at cost effectiveness in terms of the technical merit score relative to our funding request. And by annualized, we mean that we're taking the useful life of what we're funding into account, so projects with longer-lived assets fare better here. We have supported a pretty, number of capital expenses related to the program, including purchase of a number of buses, as well as improvements to bus stops, park and ride facilities, and things like that. We allow each applicant to identify their top priority of the applications they're submitting and receive 10 points for it. That's the applicant preference criterion. That helps a bit with, kind of getting a bit of geographic distribution into the evaluation process. And finally, 5 points if the applicant can demonstrate support from other jurisdictions or agencies in the region for the proposed project that might have reason to care about the project. And while we're talking about anticipated performance, I do want to touch briefly on the actual performance of our investments to date. In the next several days, you'll receive the first of our annual reports on commuter choice that will include a performance look back That's a requirement per the memoranda of agreement for both corridors, I-66 and I-395-95, after 5 years of the existence of the program in each of those corridors. So it's required for I-66 starting this year. And the key nugget that I think will be of most interest is we look back at our 24 transit and access to transit projects that were operational or completed during fiscal year 2020 and found pre-COVID that those projects taken together were moving about 2,200 people each morning in the I-66 and I-395-95 corridors heading inbound toward Washington, D.C. And that figure represents 86% of the collective throughput goal of those projects. Now, that said, that number is probably lower than you'd be expecting to see given the roughly $60 million we've invested to date, as well as the magnitude of anticipated benefits that we presented in prior reports. And I just want to touch briefly on a few reasons for that. For one, we call this a 5-year look back, but really what we're evaluating is about 34 months of active programs on the I-66 corridor and less than a year on the 395-95 corridor. So some of our projects are not fully implemented, and as I mentioned, a good chunk of our investment so far has gone to capital improvements that will have benefits to corridor commuters even after the projects, the transit services that we're supporting are completed and closed out. We also took a conservative approach in terms of presenting data that we feel we can stand by. And we found for some types of projects, especially transportation demand management campaigns, these are education, outreach, and incentive campaigns to encourage commuters to change their travel behavior away from driving alone and toward transit, carpooling, vanpooling, biking, etc. We learned that the performance measures we'd identified in the data we received simply didn't allow us to compute a throughput increase. So this is a big chunk of the gap between that 2,200 figure and the much larger figures, shown in last year's annual report, for instance. But we are going to be, working with our existing recipients to identify readily available data for those. It is kind of a challenge to, attribute certain impacts of our funding or of travel behavior change, when there are a number of other factors that cause travel behavior changes to our funding. We've also asked our commission to allow us, or we're going to be asking them in a couple weeks, to allow us to narrow the transportation demand management projects we'll support to those where we can be assured that the funds are being targeted to toll payers and that have directly measurable outcomes. So direct incentives and other types of strategies where we can see pretty easily how many people are using them. And that would take effect with our next call for projects this fall in the 395 corridor. As a general rule, too, we've been sharpening our pencils in regard to the benefit estimates we receive as we go along. So we're looking at those a lot more closely than we used to. And we do generally, we do support 2 years at a time for operations type projects, transit services and others. And then recipients have to reapply to receive continued funding. So that gives enough time to see if, a service is going to be viable or not. And if it's not, it's something that applicants tend not to come back to reapply for. All this said, we know from corridor level travel trends, which we looked at as well, that commuter choice is working on the I-66 corridor to move more people in fewer vehicles, not just transit, but also carpool and vanpool, and absorbing some of the trips that were previously made on parallel arterials. So next slide, please. So in terms of the programming revenue situation, when our round 4 call for projects closed in January, we anticipated $25 million in new toll revenue over the 2 fiscal years that the program is covering, per the revised memorandum of agreement for the I-66 corridor that you and our commission approved in January. However, COVID-19 had a sharp impact on toll-paying traffic and thus revenues in the corridor. VDOT reported to us that their collections this spring were down to as little as 10% of monthly budgeted figures. We paused work on developing the Round 4 program this spring once we realized how severe the drop in revenue was. Overall, for fiscal year 21, VDOT has indicated to us that they expect to take in 40% of what they'd previously budgeted for the year. So we very conservatively estimate that we have $4 million available for programming now, about half of that being money that we have in the bank already in terms of carryover, interest payments, and project closeouts, and about half new toll revenue. In the interest of being very conservative, we took VDOT's total anticipated payment to us for FY21 and cut that in half. We do think it's likely there will be additional revenue over the 2-year period as traffic rebounds. We expect to have a better idea in the spring and think there will be more money to work with, looking at final payment figures for FY21 as well as revenue projections for FY22, which we anticipate will include a $5 million installment of funding coming to us via the Commonwealth from the I-66 outside the Beltway Express Lanes concessionaire. But we want to be really careful not to overextend right now and feel it would be speculative at best to try to identify an amount at this time. Next slide, please. So given this situation, we're planning to address programming for the 2-year period a bit differently than we'd intended. We're seeking to program the roughly $4 million available by the end of the year for low-risk activities consisting of continuations of transit services we've previously supported to provide continuity for commuters when they return to work sites, as well as a few small capital projects that are not so dependent upon immediate ridership because it'll take a bit of time to implement them. So our commission approved an initial program based on this approach this month, and I'll show it to you shortly. I just want to mention too, as far as existing transit services go, we've allowed as much flexibility as we can within the program framework, given the public health emergency. In particular, many of the transit services we support were suspended or significantly reduced for a couple months or more earlier this year when demand and safety considerations did not warrant operating the service. So as a one-time flexibility, rather than limiting these projects to 2 years of support, we're allowing the recipients to keep those projects in service until they fully draw down their funds. So it allows recipients to get full value from the funding that's been awarded and also reduces the amount that we need to allocate for continued operating support in round 4. So overall, this is a pretty conservative approach money-wise and in terms of helping preserve what's available for commuters. And we would also be programming our funding this fall for our administrative activities for fiscal year 21. We then intend to come back to you next spring once we have a more complete picture of revenue for the full 2-year period to program additional projects as funding allows, drawing from the same set of applications. The new transit services, new incentives, and larger capital that are part of this set of applications would be difficult to accommodate within the available funding now, or they assume demand that may materialize more slowly than expected given the current circumstances. And this time frame would dovetail with the 6-year improvement program adoption and when we intend to bring forth a program of projects for our next call for the 395 corridor. Next slide, please. So originally we had 14 eligible scored applications with a total funding request of about $33 million. When we resumed work on the round 4 program in August, we followed up with all applicants to see what projects should remain in consideration for funding. 3 of the proposals were deferred by their applicants until the next round. These are all efforts that the applicants still want to advance, but no longer intend to during this particular 2-year period. So that leaves us at 11 proposals with a roughly $17 million request. And I'll just mention too, we did not reopen scoring on these from what we had done earlier this year, kind of for partly just because of the rather dynamic situation in terms of COVID-19's impacts on ridership and such. Next slide, please. So in the initial program that our commission adopted earlier this month, there are 6 projects, 3 continuations of new and enhanced transit services that we've previously supported, and 3 small capital projects. Taken together, these projects account for about 1,000 people moved through the corridor during the morning peak period. These save approximately 47,000 hours of travel delay per year during the commute peak periods, and they connect people to 10 activity centers in Virginia and the District of Columbia. So in terms of the 3 renewals of transit services, highest on the list is OmniRide's Gainesville to Pentagon commuter bus route. This started in December 2016. It was one of the first bus services that the program supported, and it's been one of the most successful. On average, this route had about 600 daily passenger trips pre-COVID. Also, continued operating support for OmniRide's Haymarket to Roslyn commuter route, which started in 2019. That service had about 300 daily passenger trips pre-COVID. And the third is continued support for Loudoun County Transit's Purcellville Metro Connection route, which connects Purcellville area residents with the Silver Line for travel into and through the I-66 corridor. And that route had roughly 100 total daily passenger trips pre-COVID. In the long run, that's anticipated to grow once the Silver Line Phase 2 opens. In terms of the 3 small capital projects, the top project on the list is a second entrance to the McLean Silver Line station. This would improve access to and from a large new mixed-use development that's happening just to the north of the station that would have about 2,000 residents once it's complete. This would improve access and reduce the walk time to and from the station. Right now, the entrance is kind of on the south side of the station, and there's a bit of a gulch just north of the station building that would need to be bridged. Second, in terms of capital projects, is bike share implementation in the city of Fairfax. This project includes the installation of 4 bike share stations, purchase of associated bikes, and 24 months of operations. And this would be complementing a bike share expansion that's happening in nearby parts of Fairfax County. The idea here is these stations would be placed in locations convenient to the Vienna Metro Rail station to help create a new first and last mile travel alternative for commuters in the northeastern part of the city of Fairfax that are headed into the I-66 corridor. Part of the idea here being that people are more likely to use alternatives to driving if they have more options, so that, say, they could take the bus some days and use bike share other days. And finally, design and construction of a peak period bus and high occupancy vehicle lane along Lee Highway near Roslyn and Arlington. That would save up to 7 minutes per bus trip for the 60 local and commuter buses that use Lee Highway during the morning peak period and get backed up due to traffic. And then in terms of administration, we're seeking $300,000 out of the roughly $4 million, so it's a little bit less than 10% of the total funding request. Besides shepherding the project selection process, we have a growing portfolio currently at about 36 projects that we oversee. Overall, out of about $64 million that we'll have awarded if the initial program is approved, about 4% will have been allocated to our administrative activities, so pretty low rate there. We did receive 5 comment submissions on the initial program, one specifically in support of it, 2 offering general opinions on types of projects we should support, and a total of 10 project-specific comments. Next slide, please. Here are the 5 projects that would be under consideration for secondary funding next spring. 2 new transit services, 1 larger capital project, and 2 commuter incentives. The resolution that our commission approved this month indicated that the supplemental programming would be based on the application score, as well as funding availability and public comment on these proposals. Next slide, please. So wrapping up with next steps, we showed December here as the date for when we would be seeking your approval of the initial program of projects. I understand there may be a meeting next month, so we would, whenever the next meeting is, we would ask you to take that up. And, you know, once you act on an initial program, we would enter into agreements for the projects that have been funded. And then next spring, we would be taking up supplemental program work once we have a better grasp on the overall revenue. So we would expect to do our briefing and action in the May to June timeframe. As I mentioned, you know, around the time that the 6-year improvement program would be adopted, and when we would also have a proposed program of projects for our round 2 program in the 395-95 corridor. So thus concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ben. Any questions or comments from the board? Well, Ben, you must have done a really good job.
I said a lot. Hopefully I didn't put people to sleep.
Listen, thank you so much for that. Jen DeBruhl, anything you'd like to add?
No, ma'am. Ben did a great job as usual.
So this will be coming up for board action, most likely at a November board meeting. So Ben, thank you again, and give our best to Kate Mattice. So Members of the board, we are going to be going into closed session and then returning to the workshop to complete the agenda and then going on to the action item, to the action agenda this afternoon. With that, Mr. Whitworth, can I turn this over to you? The plan will be to go into closed session to leave enough time for everyone to have lunch. And I'm anticipating that we will be back to continue the workshop agenda around 1:15 to 1:30. And Carol, is it possible for you to post that time when it becomes more definite?
Yes, ma'am, we can post that time. Also, I wanted to mention that everybody that needs to be in the closed session just received from me the link to log into that WebEx closed session. So you will need to leave this meeting and log into the meeting link I just sent you.
And then Carol, when we sign back in, will we go to the original invitation you sent this morning?
Yes, we will.
Okay, so we'll sign off to this and then we'll re-sign on. Okay, yes. Thank you. And with that, Mr. Whitworth, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chairman, I move that the board convene in a closed session pursuant to section 2.2-3711A6 of the Code of Virginia for the purpose of discussing a project involving the investment of public funds where bargaining is involved, where the financial interests of the Commonwealth would be adversely affected if the discussion were made public at this time. Additionally, I move that staff attend the closed session because their presence is deemed necessary and will aid the board in its consideration of this matter.
So moved.
Ms. Mathis, will you take the roll? Oh, I'm
Mr. Brown.
sorry. Did I get a second?
Second. You did get a second.
Second.
Mr. Brown. Mr. Tunk.
Approve.
Mr. Dodson.
Yes.
Ms. Hines.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Kasperlitz.
Aye.
Mr. Malbin.
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Rucker.
Yes.
Mr. Smoot.
Yes.
Mr. Whitworth.
Yes.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Yates.
Yes.
The roll is complete.
Okay, with that, we are going to suspend the workshop and we'll be going into closed session, and I will look forward to seeing you all on the other side. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Whitworth, are you here to bring us out of the closed session and to reconvene the workshop? You'll bring us out of closed section. I will reconvene the workshop. Mr. Whitworth?
Showing up on the screen.
Dixon is officially 1 minute late.
Thank you, John. There he is.
Mr. Whitworth,
Yes, ma'am.
you're here.
I'm not sure. Didn't we just recess? Did we really have to go through this again?
No, you have to bring us out of the closed session.
Oh, then I would move that we come out of closed session and rejoin our open session.
Second. You actually have to read the statement that we have only discussed certain information.
Right, but I don't think I've seen that statement. Carol, have you sent me that statement?
I did not. I sent it to the secretary, but I will send it to you right now.
Sorry, still waiting.
Let me see if I.
Right, and
Okay, just came in. We're now going to take a roll call vote, and I ask that each member indicate their agreement with the following. To the best of my knowledge, during the closed meeting, the only matters heard, discussed, or considered were those matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Federal Freedom of Information Act, and only those public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened.
This is Steve. I second it.
Ms. Mathis, will you take the roll?
Mr. Tunk.
Yay.
Mr. Dodson.
Yes.
Ms. Hines.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Malbin.
Yes.
Mr. Rucker.
Yay.
Mr. Smoot.
Yes.
Mr. Whitworth.
Yes.
Mr. Yates.
Yes.
Mr. Brown. The roll is complete.
Carol,
Yes,
Williams is an aye.
thank you.
Okay, thank you all for that. Mr. Latimer, you are up.
Members of the board, I have a rail industrial access application to present to you. You can go to the next slide. This is Eastern Engineered Wood Products. They're based out of Pennsylvania. They currently operate a leased facility in Emporia, Virginia, and will be moving to a new location in the Heartland Industrial Park in Charlotte County. Next slide. They'll be served by the Buckingham Branch Railroad, and as you can see, they're very close to that in the Heartland Industrial Park. You can go to the next slide. Show you that this is a greenfield site, and they will be building a new spur to the facility. Wanted to also mention that the Buckingham Branch Railroad here, it's called the Virginia Southern Division. That is a division that previously had been Norfolk Southern and was short line. So they lease it. They have invested in this line with the Commonwealth. And it's good to see new business because this line could have been abandoned in the past. Next slide. Eastern Engineered Wood Products, they're a wholesale distributor selling engineered lumber. based out of Pennsylvania, Bethlehem. And like I said, they are currently operating in Emporia, and that location, because of the volume of rail cars that they will be shipping, which is part of their expansion. And I'll get to that in just a minute, but they cannot get the service they need on CSX right now. So that was a vital part of them looking for a location. They did consider other locations, including North Carolina, when they were working with Virginia Economic Development Partnership. The rail service was a critical part of this application because it allows them to get supplies, competitively priced wood products from Canada and the Pacific Northwest so that they can remain competitive in the Mid-Atlantic market. Go to the next slide. The Emporia location will remain open. They currently share it with Toll Brothers. Toll Brothers is supposedly taking over the remainder of that site, and Eastern Engineering Wood Products will transfer their current employees to the new facility and add new employees as the operation grows. So this is about retention of jobs as well as expansion. New facility located in the Heartland Industrial Park, served by Buckingham Branch. And as I said before, building on the partnership that the Department of Rail and Public Transportation has built with the Buckingham Branch Railroad to save this line. Next slide. The application is for $385,000. The total investment by the applicant will be $6.5 million. $550,000 is the estimated cost for the rail spur. They are required to put in 30%, and our standard program requirements are that any costs above the $385,000, if awarded, would be the responsibility of the applicant. Next slide. The application scored 58 out of 100 points. They needed 50 in order to be recommended to the board. They have committed to 100 rail cars annually. With the point system, they have to at least ship 10 on this new line. And they would be adding 7 new jobs associated with the facility, but they would also be retaining 7 current jobs from the site in Emporia. And 34% of their shipping would be by rail. That is the end of this presentation, and I can take some questions.
Thank you, Jeremy. Any questions?
Secretary, this is Bart Dodson. I know it's just obviously making presentation day, but I met Jeremy a few weeks ago at the site, and it's a really good opportunity for employment and obviously for a county that's got 12,000 residents. It's a bunch of trees, a lot of forestry goes on that part of Virginia and across the border in North Carolina.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Okay, Jeremy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's see, Chris Hall, are you with us?
I am, Madam Secretary. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're very happy to have you.
Outstanding. Wait for Carol to bring up the slides. There we go. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to talk with you this afternoon on the Hampton Roads Express Lane Networks. We will be bringing forward to the board at the next meeting a request to authorize the commissioner to enter into 3 standard project agreements to progress to preliminary engineering the full build out of the Express Lane Network. Next slide, please. These are some of the key decisions and actions that brought us to this point. As you can see there, the Hampton Roads Transportation Planning Organization has endorsed the Regional Express Lane Network. That was done back in May of 2020. HR TAC also approved their 2021-2026 plan of finance to include the HREL. And then lastly, you all are familiar with, I'm sure, CTB and HR TAC approved and entered into the master tolling agreement for the development of the tolling of the Hampton Roads Express Lane Network this previous August. Next slide. I think you're all familiar with this graphic, but just as a refresher, this depicts the segments that make up the full 45-mile HREL network, starting at the I-64 Jefferson interchange at the top of the chart, and then extending around to the Bowers Hill I-664 264 interchange at the bottom left of the chart. Currently operational are segment 1, which is our reversible hot lane network. Currently under construction, we have segments 2 and 3. Segment 2 being the high-rise bridge and south side widening project. It's indicated down there in the dark red magenta color. And then also, of course, we have the segment 3, the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel Expansion Project under construction as well. Segments moving into preliminary engineering include segments 4A and B indicated in orange, and segments 4C in purple up on the peninsula there, and also the expansion of segment 1. And I'll get into those in a little more detail as we move forward. Next slide.
Thank you for your assistance.
These 3 project agreements for segments 1, 4A and B, and 4C are pursuant to the executed master tolling agreement between HR TAC and VDOT, and are for preliminary engineering 1 only. Again, highlighted in blue are the 3 segments that will be brought forward for the project agreements. And I'll, next few slides, I'll provide a little more background on each one of these segments. Next slide, please. First is segment 1. Again, as you recall today, these are the reversible lanes which operate between the 564 interchange vicinity of the Norfolk Naval Station and the 264 interchange. This project will upgrade the 9-mile corridor between 64 and 564 interchange and the 64-264 interchange to provide a bidirectional flow capacity with the addition of an inside part-time shoulder managed lane. We'll be using a design build acquisition strategy. Key milestones for phase 1 PE shown there in the schedule. And then, of course, our estimate for phase 1 PE. Next slide. Next are segments 4A and 4B. This project will convert the existing HOV facility to hot tube facility along the 11.5-mile corridor between the I-64 Jefferson interchange and the I-64 Mercury Boulevard interchange, and also includes some roadway widening, bridge widening, and bridge rehabilitation. Acquisition strategy for this project will be design, bid, build. Key milestones for the phase 1 PE shown there on the left. And of course, our phase 1 PE estimate. And next slide. Lastly, we have segment 4C. This is the most complex work of the 3 projects. This is a 2.5-mile roadway widening project where we will widen to 4 lanes in each direction, eastbound and westbound, to provide 2 managed lanes and 2 general purpose lanes in each direction. It includes 6 mainline bridges, 4 of which will be rehabilitated and widened, 2 of which will be replaced and widened. Again, those most of the bridge work is over the Hampton River, which is the most complex part of this job. Acquisition strategy is design build. Key milestones there shown for phase 1 PE. and our Phase 1 PE estimate. Next slide. Again, we will be asking for the boards to provide authority to the commissioners to enter into these project agreements at the next board meeting. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Chris.
Ma'am.
Mr. Malbin, anything that you'd like to mention at this time? I'm not sure if whether Mr. Malbin's here or he's muted, but Mr. Miller, Mr. Johnson?
Hey, I'm here. I was off mute and I put myself on mute. So
Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah. I just think that this whole express lane concept is a huge component of that overall corridor and the improvements we're making there. I couldn't support it more. I wish we would have done the hot lanes earlier, to be honest with you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Malbin. Mr. Miller, Mr. Johnson?
Here, here. Glad it's happening. Good work on your part and everyone's part.
Okay. Well, any questions from the board? Well, Chris, you must have done an excellent job.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate the time.
Yes, it was very well done and concise and straightforward. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Laura Farmer and Kim Pryor.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary, this is Laura. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Hello.
Great. Good afternoon. So I'm going to piggyback on a presentation that Deputy Secretary Donahue provided in September with the General Assembly's action on the budget late last week. We have the ability to move forward with the authorized flexibility and provide that information to you as a proposal to deal with the current situation and really move forward with the fiscal year 2021 budget, as well as our plan to address projects in the 6-year program. Could advance to the next slide. So as we talked to you in March on our normal calendar, I talked a little bit about the effect of the omnibus bill, the addition of the Central Virginia Transportation Authority, the addition of the Hampton Roads Regional Transit Program, and how that had an impact on our 6-year program and assumptions. And so with what we've been through over the last several months, we received the interim revenue forecast in August, which Deputy Secretary Donahue went through some detail on last month. And we also have updated how these changes impact our budget with regard to the creation of this Commonwealth Transportation Fund and the streamlined distribution of revenue available for transportation. So the assumptions that I'm presenting to you today assume that the enactment of the budget as considered by the General Assembly moves forward with that flexibility. You advance to the next slide. So this view provides some assumptions for the 2 fiscal years for which we have updated revenue forecasts in our 3 major sources of revenue. It includes the reallocation of prior year revenue in fiscal year 21 and 22 that is in the second row of this table pictured here that totals $495 million. I'm going to go through those details a little later. And this summarizes the available revenue for distribution in fiscal years 21 and 22. The current assumptions, I might add, do not assume potential actions with state of good repair or smart scale projects at this time. We're presenting a scenario without that as an option, and we could consider that if when we get the December revenue updates and the picture is different than we expect right now. Next slide, please. This provides a picture of the available allocations for fiscal year 21 and 22 with the flexibility that's granted in the biennial budget. I would add that when we present final information to you in December, some allocations reflected in construction would shift to rail and public transportation just based on MPO action and projects with allocations outside of the CTB's control related to RSTP and CMAQ. Additionally, the estimates reflected in this table reflect the original estimate we have for WMATA capital from December 2019, and Steve Pittard will address that in his presentation subsequent to ours. Next slide, please. So in terms of implementing the omnibus legislation with the COVID-19 impact, we were able to size the commitment to each mode of transportation that receives a share of the Commonwealth Transportation Fund between the HMOF and the Transportation Trust Fund to meet the expectations that were assumed in June 2019 for fiscal years 2021 to 2023. And based on that, we were able to provide some directed allocations to phase in what were commitments in the omnibus legislation from session before COVID. And so this table provides some information on those phased in allocations as we ramp up to fiscal year 2024 when the formulas that direct funding are fully in effect in the legislation. Next slide, please. This provides you a preliminary look at the VDOT budget for 2021 and the increases and decreases between program areas between last year's budget and the preliminary 2021 budget. I would add that the increase you see in construction is mainly attributable to the construction phase of the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel project, as well as the additional funds expected for the district grant program from the additional fuels tax that was also passed in the General Assembly session. The other program of note is in financial assistance to localities for regional programs. Central Virginia Transportation Authority is reflected in that increase. The increase you see in VDOT capital outlay was expected. This is a restoration of some funding that we reduced several years ago with a promise that we would catch up with project spending in 2021, and we're able to continue to meet that commitment under current assumptions. The increase for DRPT programs, as well as the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority, provides the priority transportation funding that's anticipated in the current program schedule. So overall, there is a net increase in the program, primarily due to some very unique features of the budget this fiscal year. Next slide, please. So the major update with regard to the revenue sharing program and the reallocation of previously provided funding is demonstrated on this slide. There are $445 million of previously allocated revenue sharing funds, and some that are available in a balance entry or deallocation for the entire program for a total of $495 million. The table below that provides a schedule by which we will repay over the next 4 years, matching project schedules when they need it, the state match that's being provided through 2024. In 2025 and 26, those years represent a return to the allocation level that we're used to in the budget, as well as that would take care of the pending allocations that are underway today. Next slide. So our next steps, as part of your packet today, you have draft fiscal year 2021 budgets for both the Commonwealth Transportation Fund as well as VDOT. And we'll be providing that. They're provided for your review between now and the December budget, and I'll be happy to take any comments you have on those documents. In addition, we'll receive an official revenue estimate update in December 2020 for our consideration for updating the new cycle and hopefully we'll go back to something that resembles normal with that update. I'll be happy to take any questions on this section. I can take questions on this section now, or I'll hand it over to Kim to walk through our proposed approach for the 6-year program update.
Does anyone have anything for Laura at this time?
Just a quick question, Madam Secretary. So Laura, where will we find those budgets, those draft budgets?
They're included in the workshop package that's posted on the website, and I believe Carol circulated them.
Okay. Thanks. I haven't seen them, but I'll look for them now.
Okay.
Hey, Kim Pryor. Kim, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, thank you.
So as Laura mentioned, I'm going to walk through our plan for updating for conducting the FY21 to 26 COVID 6-year improvement program. Next slide, please. By way of background, as Deputy Secretary Donahue presented to you last month, I believe, the budget has some language in it that directs that the existing FY20 to 25 6-year improvement program as amended will remain in effect through June 30th of 2021 or until a new 6-year program is adopted that's based on a revenue forecast that reflects the impacts of the pandemic. In addition, the budget language provides that assistance provided in fiscal year 21 can be maintained at the levels allocated in the 20 to 25 6-year program. Next slide, please. Additionally, there is additional language added to the budget that provides that previously allocated funds not needed to support a project schedule currently can be used to mitigate the impacts of revenue reductions resulting from the pandemic, and those allocations will be replaced in the year needed to support the project's current schedule. There's also some reporting language that's been added to require that we provide a plan outlining a list of the projects and programs that would be impacted, as well as any deviations from that proposed plan. Next slide, please. So with that background in mind, we have essentially a 3-pronged plan for updating the 6-year program. The first step will be to continue to build upon actions approved to date by the board to amend and modify the existing FY20 to 25 6-year program. Additionally, we'll execute a targeted approach focusing on updating specific funding programs. And finally, this will not be a normal 6-year program update. We will not engage in all of the processes and procedures we typically would do as part of the update. And I'll go into more detail on each of these items in the following slides. Next slide, please. So the first step is to build upon actions approved by the board to date to amend and modify the program. To date, 5 of the 6 MPOs that have RSTBG and CMAQ funding available to them to allocate have approved their programming, and we've incorporated their programming changes and projects into the program, and the board has already approved those actions in the normal monthly transfers and 6-year program amendments that I bring to you all. We're still working with the last MPO, which is FAMPO, to complete that programming. We've also reflected updates to projects and programming for the Innovation and Technology Transportation Fund. And we've also made adjustments to safety and other legacy programs needed to support the department's federal obligation plan, as well as to update programming to reflect project activity that's occurred in the last year. And finally, later today, I'll be bringing an action item to you to update or to add new selections for the Transportation Alternatives Program, as well as State of Good Repair, local, and VDOT paving. Next slide, please. The second step in our update plan is to execute a targeted approach focused on updating just specific funding programs based on funding levels that were available in the 20 to 25 six-year program. Specifically, we would be recommending to you all to add SGR local and VDOT bridges to the program in December. And we would add these new projects to the program using the first 5 years of funding. We would leave the last fiscal year, which is FY26, unprogrammed. And then finally, we will address revenue sharing. We will be implementing an allocation restructuring strategy. Deputy Secretary Donahue briefed you on this last month. Essentially, we'll be using previously allocated funds on projects that aren't needed to support the delivery of those projects today. Those will be used to mitigate the impacts of the revenue reduction from the pandemic. And then those funds will be replaced in future fiscal years, FY21 through 24, as necessary to support the current project schedule. And those allocations over that time frame will be reflected in the six-year program that we bring to you in December. It's important to note that no funding commitments will be reduced and no projects will be delayed due to this allocation restructuring strategy. In addition, we recommend to add the newly FY21 new selected projects to the program in the December timeframe as well. And these will be using FY25 to 26 allocations rather than the first 2 years of allocations, as those will have been used to support the schedules of existing projects. And then we will continue the biennial solicitation cycle with awards going to projects with allocations in the last 2 years of the program. Next slide, please. And then finally, as I mentioned, we will make some modifications to how we normally do an update and not complete some of the activities we normally would. Normally this year, we would update the State of Good Repair funding distribution percentages. We will wait and do that in the FY22 to 27 program. Part of that is because we're keeping to the funding levels in the 20 to 25 program. We'll keep FY26 unprogrammed so that we can kind of make any minor adjustments that might be necessary to accommodate those percentages. They change very slightly, so I don't anticipate that there would be any impact to projects. Also, we will retain the existing structure of the FY20 to 25 six-year program. We won't be reflecting changes that were approved in the transportation funding formula and new programs introduced by the General Assembly in this past session. We will, however, for illustrative purposes, show some of those items on balance entries. For example, the new Highway Safety Program, Special Structures Program, and the Regional District Grant funding. And then when we do the full update for the FY22 to 27 program update, that's when we'll do all of that restructuring of the program to reflect the new formula. We will defer adjustments to the I-81 program to reflect the revised tax structure approved by the General Assembly earlier this year and debt financing until the FY22 to 27 update. This should not impact any project schedule. Based on our planning and modeling for this, when we first started the I-81 project and program, we would not need the additional revenues of supported by debt financing until FY23. And so we have time to reflect those changes in the program without impacting any project schedule. And finally, we will need to hold a public hearing. We recommend holding a virtual public hearing in November as part of this, the Commonwealth Transportation Board meeting. Next slide. Back to the revenue sharing allocation restructuring strategy. This table just shows the number of projects that will be touched, if you will, in each district, and the amount of state match to be released out of previous fiscal years and then provided back in future fiscal years. Again, I can't say this enough, no project schedules will be delayed and no funding commitments will be reduced. I will point out that these numbers reflect an analysis done some time ago, and there has been project activity since this analysis was done. So these numbers are likely to change slightly by the time we complete the 6-year program update and present it to you in December. We will be presenting all the changes, all the deviations from the plan that you've seen today versus what we actually implement by December, and that will be provided to you in December. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, again, as I mentioned earlier, today I'll be bringing to you as part of the action meeting a recommendation to approve selections, FY21 selections for SGR local and VDOT paving projects, as well as FY21 selected TAP projects. We'll have a public hearing, a virtual public hearing in November. Then in December, we will bring to you a recommendation for approval of SGR local and bridge projects, as well as new selections for revenue sharing using allocations in FY25 and 26, as well as the adoption of a FY21 to 26 6-year program COVID update. And finally, we'll report any changes to the preliminary plan presented to you today in December. And then right on the heels of that, in early 2021, we will begin a full update of the FY22 to 27 6-year program. That is all I have. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kim. Does anyone have any questions for Kim or Laura?
Madam Secretary, it's Mary.
Ms. Hines.
I think this is for Kim, but it may in fact be a bigger question than just the numbers of it. So first of all, I'm really appreciative of all the work everybody's done to keep things that are already moving and to finish them up and to not cancel any commitments. My concern is around pushing out the allocation of revenue sharing into years 5 and 6 of the plan. And maybe I've misunderstood how this is supposed to go, but one of the troubles we have with Smart Scale is that those estimates are out there. They have to be done so early, and it seems to me like we're moving the revenue sharing program into that same moment of estimation early and then wait for the money. And so my question is, is there something that could let us? I know we have to like skip a cycle or something, but could revenue sharing stay being allocated into years 3 and 4 instead of into years 5 and 6 once we get through the catch up that's associated with these changes? It's hard for the jurisdictions. It goes back to our conversation about estimation earlier today, that the further out you are from being able to execute, the iffier the estimate is of what it's really going to cost. So it's my overall concern about this is how we go back to whatever is going to be the new normal.
I can try to take that, Laura, and if you want to correct me after I'm done, feel free to. I think that we're going to be committed to the revenue sharing being in the last 2 years of the program, at least until we work ourselves through this 6-year plan and the changes we've had to make to deal with the revenue reductions from the pandemic. Certainly understand the significance of the change to the program and the challenge that providing allocations in the last 2 years of the program provides to localities. I would offer, however, that much like we do in Smart Scale, this gives us 6 years of allocations to work with to more closely align allocations to project schedules and support project delivery needs, rather than artificially limiting it to 2 years in the program as we currently do for revenue sharing. And so right now in Smart Scale, if we have projects that need to start earlier for some other reason or dependency, we're typically able to do that, to shuffle allocations around and accommodate that. And I would expect that we'd have largely the same flexibility in revenue sharing going forward. But as I said before, I do think we'll be committed for at least the next 6 years to the strategy as we've laid it out until we work ourselves out of the impact from the pandemic.
Laura, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
No, ma'am, I don't think so. I think Kim has done a fairly good job explaining the situation, and that if we can have that flexibility, obviously going forward on moving funds around within the revenue sharing program and treat the awards like rounds, like we do with Smart Scale, that will benefit the program going forward. What has helped in this situation is allocating money, $200 million at a time for revenue sharing to projects whose construction life cycle is 4 to 5 to 6 years in length. And so they're very front-loaded allocations depending on their schedule. And so I think this will help the overall program itself. And we'll take that comment about years 3 and 4 away and keep that in mind as we get revenue estimate updates to figure out what we can do going forward.
Thank you. I
Madam
do appreciate it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Secretary?
Oh, hello, John Lawson.
This is John. How's everyone today?
I haven't talked to you in
wanted to-
person, only on my phone.
Well, that's
It's
normal,
nice
isn't
to
it?
see you.
I just wanted to add to that, Ms. Hines. We certainly understand your concern and your question. As it relates to falling in kind of the same category of Smart Scale. You're somewhat correct, but as you heard earlier today, as Bart went through the estimating process, I mean that is clearly something that we are focusing on and working on the estimates. But what we also found, though, which led us to where we are, is that funds weren't getting spent until largely in that 5 and 6 year time period from the time funds were actually provided. So I think kind of aligning it with Smart Scale will actually be a good thing as we move forward. Clearly, we need to work on the estimating, and Mr. Thrasher certainly talked about that earlier, and we'll continue to do so. And clearly, also, as we move forward, and if we see an opportunity to address this, and the board feels that that's the right thing to do, we can try to make changes later on. But we've got this 4-year period we have to get through right now. Then this is certainly going to help us minimize the impacts as we do that.
Thank you, John. Anyone else from the board? Okay. Mr. Pittard.
Thanks, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Today, I hope to bring to y'all a plan for the rest of fiscal year 21. I know prior to this, we've come to y'all practically every month with some action items. So hopefully when we get to December, if y'all see fit to approve this plan, we can have something to take us through to the end of the year and get us to that more normal that Laura referred to in the spring with our 6-year plan approach at that point. So moving along to second slide. So the first thing I want to point out is we're basically, what I'm bringing to you today is based off of the work we had done back in March. Good old telemarketers calling me right in my presentation. Anyway, so back in March, we had done a lot of work for the 6-year program, anticipating a June approval. And what we've done is we've gone back to that work as a base for what we're going to be presenting for your approval now in December. And we did a lot of work to update that because there's a lot of capital projects that people were planning back at that time that now, for whatever reason, maybe they don't want to move forward because they don't have local funding, or circumstances dictate using their available funds in a different direction now. So we've done a lot of work there in updating our plan, both on the rail and the transit side. We also are going to bring to you a targeted approach for our FY21 allocations, and a few key points there were, as mentioned by Laura in her presentation, and their hard work and the secretary's hard work. We're very thankful that for 21 and 22, the revenues are actually holding steady, and we actually are showing a slight uptick for our transit funding. So that second bullet, that second sub-bullet here, to meet the minimum 20 levels, we're able to do that. It was one of our goals that we've been looking at ever since really back in May timeframe and continuing on until now. And then also to piggyback on Board Member Hines' statement just a moment ago about we also have some long-term commitments that we've made that we feel strongly we need to live up to those long-term commitments. And one other big item that has occurred that changes a lot of the underlying rail activity here at DRPT is the formation of the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority, effective July 1st of this year. So the old IPROC and Rail Enhancement Fund programs have now gone away, and there's a new funding distribution formula, and I'll show you that later, but we'll talk through that. And then finally, the last thing I'll talk through real quick today is a proposed budget for FY21 for our agency. Next slide, please. So on the transit side, we're focusing really on operating and capital, as those are the primary needs. And then we do have in our special program, we have our transportation demand management programs where we fund entities such as Ride Finders here in Richmond, that they do a lot of work around teleworking and telecommuting. And so those are in our special programs. So once again, that's very critical to get that funding out in the current year also. One item I do want to point out, we normally do a 5-year projection of our transit capital needs. And with the uncertainty around the pandemic and working with our 40 plus transit providers, pretty much everyone's long-term capital planning is still in a state of being reevaluated. And we just felt with the information we had, it would be more of a disservice to put that information out in the current year. So we're not going to be doing that 5-year transit capital budget. And the third bullet here is within our secure program, we allocate by different program, operating, capital, special, federal programs. But then we also take all those transit allocations and we reorganize it into some different pages that are aligned by each transportation district. And then within the transportation district, all the transit providers. And, you know, due to the tight time constraints to get something here for this meeting, and really it's on me, my team got this done, but I hadn't had time to review that transit district detail. So we have a package to release today, which we'll get to you as soon as I finish this presentation. But in a week, we will add to that package this transit district detail. And once again, it's the same information, same allocations that you'll see in today's package. It's just presented in a different detailed way. Next slide, please. So going a little deeper on transit operating assistance, there's a lot of concerns with the operations these days, and I think it's critical today to keep the operations going as has been in the past. But with that, there's a lot of added cost around the safety of both the employees of our transit providers, but also of the riders in particular. And it's a really, that safety issue has been a really important issue, really focused on to get the riders back on transit, because a lot of people were nervous about being on a bus, and they were worried about safety. And so some of the ways that some of our transit providers have dealt with that is obviously what you've heard: plexiglass shields, social distancing. But then another method is, instead of one bus, there has to be a second bus to be able to deal with capacity. So the point of that discussion is there actually has been an increase in cost during this time. So with that said, for the FY21 program that we're bringing to you, we are looking at a little over $100 million in planned allocations to our operating entities, which is about a $6 million increase from the amount we gave out in fiscal year 20. And I do think it's important to note here, we put in a new allocation, performance metric-based allocation process, merit, last year. And we had a one-year transition process with some of the percentages for last year. So we have updated those percentages for the allocations we're making or proposing today. And it's important to note that since it's a performance-based process, every year each individual entity's allocation or share of allocation is going to alter somewhat slightly, because you're being compared to your peer group of other transit operators in Virginia. So if you had an exceptionally high year of transit ridership compared to your peer group, you're going to get a slight bit more funding in the current year than the prior year as a percentage. Next slide, please. On the transit capital side, once again, we use the merit process to score these the potential allocations and projects. We went back to the work done in March. We updated that work through direct contact with our grantees to make sure which projects were critical, which projects that our grantees could still move forward due to the uncertainty that surrounds today. And then finally, after that work, we updated our scoring, and we've come up with a proposed set of capital projects. Next slide, please. So I want to take a moment and talk about our funding that goes to the WMATA system in Northern Virginia, and it frankly is one of our largest, or it is the largest recipient of our transit funding. It's very important to the Northern Virginia and the state as a whole. So obviously they're facing significant budget impacts. I think we've all seen the news articles. But for us, we have been providing a $50 million match to federal capital funding for the past 10 years. And we've made a commitment to continue that as long as the federal entity in Maryland and DC provide their match monies. We've made that commitment. So that in this draft program, we plan to maintain that commitment. This is actually we did get one additional year of bond funds to cover FY or fiscal year 21. So this will be that last year of bond funding, year 11, I'll call it, of bond funding. In addition to that, we provide support to the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission. For them, they provide a significant amount of funding each year to WMATA for both operating and capital purposes. And we provide them funding. And there's a certain percentage cut of a master trust fund that goes towards this program. And for the current year, as I said earlier, with the great work the Secretary's office and Laura Farmer and her team have done, we actually are able to increase the amount of support by just under 10%, or 14.6 million that goes to the WMATA operating capital program that goes through NVTC. And the last point here with WMATA is 2 years ago, the General Assembly set up a dedicated funding mechanism called the WMATA Dedicated Capital Fund to provide funds for the long-term capital state of good repair program for the system. And at that time, we entered into an agreement with WMATA, DRPT, to provide essentially $154.5 million a year. And in the current year, we don't have current revenue estimates for this dedicated funding currently. We still are using data from prior to the beginning of the pandemic. We expect new data in the next 6 weeks. But that being said, I worked with a Department of Taxation and got some information, and I came up with an estimate of where I thought these revenues would come in for the current year. And essentially, a big portion of these funds are hotel taxes. And I think we can all understand that hotel taxes haven't been doing well. And then in addition, another significant portion is gas taxes. And so that being said, what we plan to do is make that $154.5 million commitment so that if we don't make it, Maryland and DC will also reduce their commitments because it is a matching program. Next slide, please. So this is talking about making up that shortfall, which I had estimated the shortfall to be $17.6 million. And the short story of this slide is I'm asking for y'all's approval to allow DRPT to supplement the funds we have been receiving in the dedicated capital fund with up to $17.6 million of unobligated mass transit capital funds that we currently have here. And I guess I'll add, even after this, we'll still have about $25 million of funding unobligated for future capital needs for FY22 and FY23 until we reach fiscal year 24 and the impacts of the omnibus bill have fully been implemented. Next slide, please. So this is just sort of a summary of all of, at a macro level, of the allocations that we're bringing to you. And you'll see here, I just told y'all the operating funding increased. You see here it decreased. That's because this slide includes federal funds for operating that we allocate. And on our rural 5311 program, normally it's about $15 million a year that we allocate of 5311 funds. But due to the CARES Act back in March, we had a significant amount of funding provided for our rural programs. And we allocated over $20 million, I think it was, back in May. And that $20 million has been determined to be more than sufficient to make up for that $15 million in the current year. So that's why you see a slight decrease. If you added the $15 million, you would see we're actually providing more funding. The other thing to note here is the capital. You see a larger decrease, and that relates back to last year. We were providing funding to, I think it was 3 different large projects for the Amazon HQ Amazon HQ relocation. Next slide, please. So I want to shift gears and talk about rail for a few minutes. So the omnibus bill established the Virginia Commonwealth Rail Fund, and what that really did, I know you've heard this before, but we took all the different rail sources that used to be earmarked specifically for rail, such as vehicle rental taxes and then retail sales and use tax. So instead of rail receiving just those two sources of funds. Now it receives the whole range of funding that the Transportation Trust Fund receives. And the mode split for rail is 7.5%. For FY21, that's about $97 million. And I think it's important to note here that, we are going to get new estimates here in a few weeks, but the hope is the impacts of COVID aren't too severe, and that when we get to FY26, we're looking at an allocation around the 150 million range for that 7.5%. So of the 7.5%, 7% goes to the DRPT freight, rail, and planning program, and then 93% is dedicated to the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority. And the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority will, in February, will be bringing operating and capital budgets for your review. And I think on the capital side, y'all would be asked to approve their capital budget. One last point there is the funding that goes to the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority is dispersed to them directly. It's not subject to allocation. It is deposited into the Treasurer of Virginia's accounts, and then by code, it's then sent to the Rail Authority. Next slide, please. This is just a graphical representation of what we just went through, showing the 96.8 million, where it comes from, and then how it's distributed. So next slide, please. So as far as our recommended rail program allocations, we have our standard rail preservation program. We're recommending $5.5 million of fiscal year 21 allocations. 3.1 million of those allocations are for new awards, and then we have existing programs that we're adding on to for about $2.4 million. Then under our freight, rail, and planning program, we have about $5 million of allocations that add on to existing Port of Virginia projects for their FY21 share. And then finally, we have some $1.2 million of some planning funds allocated, or we're asking for your allocation to take a look at station assessment of the stations currently, and as far as also we're beginning to work on the statewide rail plan. Next slide, please. So this next slide is, as you know, we've been working on a large initiative to transform rail in Virginia, and it really piggybacks on what y'all have made allocations to back in 2017-18, the Atlantic Gateway project. So we are asking, in addition to those Atlantic Gateway allocations, we are asking for the excess priority transportation funds to be allocated to this initiative, which over the 6-year period, it's an additional $158 million of estimates. And then also here we're presenting the use of the I-66 inside toll funding to go to this project also. I think it's important to note that the consent agreement that was signed earlier this year with NVTC allows for this. And then it's also important to note that this allocation is in compliance with that revised memorandum of agreement between the state and NVTC. Next slide, please. And finally, this is the last slide I have. Well, I have one more after this, sorry. This is our budget, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. Essentially, the main thing you'll see is the rail programs that DRPT administers, the expenditures reducing significantly, and then you see other transfers, which is the Passenger Rail Authority, which is that the 93% of that 97 million. But then it's also the General Assembly directed that the ending cash balances of the IPROC and the rail enhancement fund programs be transferred to the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority. So that's the other roughly $310 million in that line item that you see, that new line item to our budget. And for 1 year is going to grossly inflate our expenditures. So last slide, please. So this is just next steps. I need to finish the review of the transit district details. We'll follow the same hearing process with respect to these allocation proposals that VDOT's going to follow. Any revisions that come out of that work, we will make sure we propose and show you the changes between this draft and final. And then we're looking to December for action from you as a board on these allocations and the budget, and then begin in January working towards the next 6-year program for 22 to 27. And so before I finish, just want to add, so normally we present a budget document. So we're working through that budget document. The slide before is going to be the actual budget numbers. So hopefully in the next week or two, I will have that budget document, provide it to you, and put it on our website for public review. And then, as I said earlier, we have a proposed 6-year program for FY21 that I'll be sending out later today. With that, any questions anybody has, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Pittard. Anybody, any comments or questions from the board?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smoot.
following the transfer of the funds to the authority, will DRPT still have approximately the same amount to allocate going forward for these industrial access sidings and maintenance projects and whatever for short lines?
So, Mr. Smoot, I guess it isn't an easy answer here, but yes, for rail industrial access, the answer is yes. For rail preservation program, the answer is yes. In fact, I think they will have increased funding. For the freight rail program, the amount of funding available has decreased because what we had seen over the years was when we started the intercity passenger rail fund program back in 2012, I believe it was. What we saw was the existing freight rail program, the applications for those funds started to diminish because it required matching funds. And frankly, most of the projects we do in Virginia of significance outside of the port involve a significant passenger benefit also. So
right,
almost all the projects moving to that intercity program.
Okay. Thank you.
So Jennifer, Director Mitchell, is there anything you'd like to add to that? Because that certainly has been an important question.
Yeah, no, just that, as Steve said, we will still have the same amount of money or a slight increase for the rail preservation program and the rail industrial access. With the REF program going away and being combined into the Commonwealth Rail Fund, we will have less money that is, I would say, specifically for a freight project, although as Steve mentioned, REF has been used for projects with passenger and freight benefits. So, but DRPT will continue. One of the things we'll be bringing to you in the future is some proposed guidelines for a new freight grant program as well. So.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, Jennifer, since you were just there, do you have anything new to report?
Just a couple quick announcements. First of all, I want to announce that our Virginia Breeze intercity bus service has just been recognized by the American Planning Association's Virginia chapter, and with what's called the Commonwealth Connector Award, which is really for projects that have been very successful in connecting communities across the Commonwealth. Ridership has been increasing since we restarted service back in August, particularly on our Valley Flyer route. However, with the COVID protocols, our ridership, our seating is still limited to 50% capacity. So we're providing additional buses to be able to make up for demand, especially on weekend trips. I do want to note also, I know Steve talked a little bit about the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority. The board appointments were announced last month, and we're going to be having our first board meeting on October 26th. And we are, in the meantime, DRPT is continuing to do the work of the Rail Authority and support the Rail Authority while the authority itself is being stood up. Some of our early steps will be hiring an executive director and other key staff, and just getting the authority mobilized over the next 12 months. And just very quickly, our monthly Amtrak ridership report, ridership is increasing slowly but surely across Amtrak's national system. As of September 7th, our service levels were back up to 80% of what they had been before COVID. And again, all of the Amtrak trains do have 50% capacity on those as well. So our ridership is down to about 29% of what it was for the same month of September 2019. But we are starting to see some increases throughout the year. So we hope and expect to continue seeing those over the rest of the year. And with that, that's all I've got.
Thank you. Commissioner Britt.
Madam Secretary, I think out of the lateness of the hour, I'll defer my comments at this point in time, or my items, with the only exception to reiterate that we are having a groundbreaking on the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel October 29th. So that's an exciting milestone for that project, but I'll defer my comments until the November meeting. Thank you.
I will as well. And so with that, I am going to adjourn the workshop. And Carol, I am now going to convene the action meeting. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Whitworth.
Yes, ma'am. In light of the continuing state of emergency declared by Governor Northam, where it is impracticable or unsafe to assemble a quorum in a single location, I move that we adopt this agenda to take action to discuss or transact the business statutorily required or necessary to continue operation of the Commonwealth Transportation Board.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rucker. Ms. Mathis, will you call the roll?
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Carol, she needed to leave.
thank you. Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Yes.
Mr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes.
Mr. Whitworth,
Yes.
Mr. Yates.
Yes.
The roll's complete.
Thank you, Carol. Do we have anyone wishing to provide public comment today?
We do not have anybody that is holding or that has signed up for public comment.
Thank you so much. With that, do I have a motion on the minutes from September?
So
I move that we accept the minutes.
Mary? Do I have a second?
second.
Second.
Is everybody okay on the call?
Yes.
Did you hear that?
It sounds like someone's being, never
I
mind.
know.
Clearing it.
Anyway, Carol, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Brown,
I'm getting off mute.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Malbin,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Whitworth,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll is complete.
Thank you. Mr. Hofrichter.
Good afternoon, Secretary Valentine, members of the board. First proposed action I bring before you is the addition of just over 6.6 miles of primary highway in Carroll County. This is the Hillsville Bypass, Route 58. Construction is done. It's ready to be added into the system. It's the bypass along with some frontage roads that connect to it. Locality has passed a resolution in support. And if there's any questions you have, I'll be happy to answer them.
Mr. Smoot, unless there is an objection, I would like to have this presented as a block vote. So if it is okay
That's
with
fine.
you, have Mr. Hofrichter present the change in the Lynchburg district.
All right. Lynchburg district change is in Appomattox. It's a short section of frontage road, less than 0.2 of a mile. And it's right there at the Route 460 bypass. The adjacent landowner wants to develop the land and he's the one served by it. So it's okay. Town's in support. If there's any questions, I can answer those.
Do I have a motion, Mr. Smoot and Mr. Dodson?
I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll call.
Mr. Yates,
Yes.
Mr. Whitworth, Mr. Stinson,
Yes.
Mr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
The roll is complete.
Thank you.
New construction.
Mr. Rucker, do we need to come get you? Oh, okay. Mr. Glassick, and we will take these individually, Bronco.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Secretary Valentine, Commissioner, and CTB board members. I have 3 namings briefings before you today.
Jennifer DeBruhl.
Madam Secretary, item number 10 is action on our recommendations regarding the WMATA annual review and certification process. We provided a briefing and a recommendation to the board at the workshop last month. If you'll recall, there are 4 items that we have to do an annual certification review on for WMATA under the 2018 legislation. And we have completed that review, and our recommendation is that no funds be withheld from WMATA due to compliance in the fiscal year in fiscal year 20. So with that, I recommend the approval of the resolution before you, which will memorialize that recommendation.
Madam
Madam Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Malvin,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Whitworth,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll's complete.
Thank
Carol, I vote yes. I don't believe my name was called that time.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr.
My-
Smoot.
My vote was yes as well. I don't know if I was unmuted. Yes.
Excellent. All right, with that, Jeremy Latimer.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary and members of the board. I have a resolution for your consideration on RF terminals applying for $310,000 for industrial access funds. They had applied for 450, recommending 310 because they had received 140 in what is the first phase of their expansion, located at the port served by Norfolk Portsmouth Beltline. They scored 61 points and they will commit to 300 new carloads and hired 4 more employees as part of this expansion. Staff does recommend approval.
So move.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Malvin,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Whitworth,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Yes.
The roll's complete.
Thank you. Lauren Mullerup.
Hi, everybody. Hopefully you can see and hear me okay. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. Oh, good. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary and members of the board. It's my pleasure to be here with you today to represent Northern Virginia District and provide you some information regarding the delegation of authority to execute a permit with National Park Service for the Joplin Route 619 Emergency Bridge Repairs Project. On August 13th, there was a 200-year storm event, and it occurred, and the day after we did some bridge inspections. And this particular bridge was inspected, and the overall structure was deemed to be inadequate. The pier was failing, and it was unsafe for the traveling public. So we immediately closed the bridge. A detour was established. It's about a 15 to 20-minute detour for those of you that may pass through up here or use Joplin Road. It's about 15 miles, so it's not an ideal detour. The location is actually adjacent to National Park Service property as well as the Marine Corps base Quantico. So nice partnerships there we have to work with on this project. Novec has some overhead power lines that are too close for our construction cranes to operate safely, and they're scheduled to be relocated underground. But to actually access National Park Service property, we need you all to delegate authority to the commissioner, which is why I'm here. So the funding for this project is about $2 million right now. It's coming out of district maintenance funds. Pending your approval today, the bid letting will be 10/27 next week, and the notice to proceed will be the first week of November, about 11/1. We've ordered all the materials. The piling is ready to go. We just need access to the property. We're optimistic that the road and bridge will be open by the end of this year. Hopefully we'll have some good weather and it'll be open to traffic. If not, it'll be open as soon as we can get it open because it's been closed since August the 14th. And it will hopefully be done finally in the spring when we have the weather to repave everything and put it all back together. And at some point we may have to come back in the future to clear all the easements and right of way. But for now, we just need the permission to get on the property. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Madam
Ms. Hines?
Secretary, I'd move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll. Thank you, Ms. Bell.
Mr. Brown,
Change your clothes.
I think you're muted, Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes.
Mr. Whitworth,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Yates.
Yes.
The roll's complete.
Thank you. Mr. Vlasic, are you presenting for Mr. Cables?
We have two separate sets of bids,
Oh,
ma'am.
Hi, Mr. Cables.
I'm sorry, Madam Secretary, our streaming has stopped and they are trying to get it restored. My understanding from Ms. Whitlock is we have to pause the meeting until we can get that streaming restored.
Okay. We will pause.
Thank you, Madam
During
Chair.
pausing, may I ask what that noise is?
It's like someone's in
Yes.
the firing range.
It's a firing range, Madam Secretary. I'm instructing firearms
Wayne, that's
today,
right.
so
Good
I can
afternoon.
come and vote
Oh,
after I came to
my
my truck.
goodness.
Well, I'm doing well. Listen, I'm sorry.
It has to be a firing range. That's how it's looking.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I was worried about somebody on the phone.
Planned meeting this afternoon because
Then we got Ray.
stuff going
I
on.
know.
Having a long conversation. Somebody needs to mute it.
And we have to make
Carol,
some
can you-
changes for projects and things. So anyway, that's what has delayed me, but I appreciate your willingness to visit with me.
Madam
this afternoon.
Hey,
Secretary,
Ray, you're not on mute.
I'm told that we are back up on the streaming.
Yes. You know what I'm calling about.
Hi, Mr. Smoot.
Hey, Ray.
You're on.
There you go.
Ray, mute it.
He got it.
He gets up.
This is too
With
good.
that, Mr. Cables.
Yes, ma'am. Are we, Carol, are we pulling up there you go. Thank you. Madam Secretary, members of the board, I'm hoping you can hear me after some of the technical difficulties today. I have one project for your action today. That's order number C73. This is a Fredericksburg District Smart Scale Bridge Widening and Replacement job. We had 8 bidders on this project. The low bid came in underneath both the design estimate as well as the evaluative estimate. And after conducting our bid analysis, we find that the bid represents both a good value as well as market value for the Commonwealth and recommend for award to Fielder's Choice Enterprises out of Charlottesville, Virginia.
For the folks of Fredericksburg, I move that we embrace this motion, this bid.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
He got shot.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes, and I'm going to mute again before the next volley.
Mr. Whitworth, Mr. Whitworth, Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates,
Yes.
Mr. Smoot, I believe you're muted. Mr. Smoot?
Aye.
Thank you. The roll's complete.
And had an opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Mr. Vlasic?
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon again. May I ask a question? Do you have 3 bids you're presenting?
Yes, but one of them we're not recommending for award.
Okay, I would like to take your bids in a block vote.
Okay.
Thank you. So you would do 2 in 1, I guess.
Okay.
Thank
Okay. All right. A little bit of background. 3 Northern Virginia interstate maintenance contracts will be expiring soon. We solicited bids. We had 3 bidders. One of the bidders was disqualified for not meeting minimum requirements. So that left 2 bidders for lot 1 and 2, and lot 3 had only 1 bidder. So I'll start with lot 3.
Can we see this on the screen?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so lot 3 is Interstate I-66 and State Route 267. This was only 1 bidder, and the bid came 14% over the engineering estimate. So we do not support or recommend action on this bid.
Need a
Can I ask
motion to
question?
decline it?
Do we vote to decline it, or you?
Madam,
I'm not really sure.
Madam Secretary Steves, we do not need to take action on it. We'll just reject the bid outright. The other 2 that would be up for award are the ones that require the action.
Thank you.
Okay. The other 2 is lot 1, which is I-95 and I-395 and the HOV reversible lanes. That we received 2 bids, and that was below the engineering estimate, and that would be awarded to Roy Jorgensen and Company. And then the second bid, which was lot 2, which is I-495 and I-95, we had 2 bids for that, and the bid came 1% above the engineering estimate, and we recommend and support the action on both of those.
Ms. Hines?
I would move approval, Madam Secretary.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Malvin,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot, Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Whitworth, Mr. Whitworth, Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot, I believe you're muted.
That's the scene.
Okay. Well, perhaps we could just check with Mr. Smoot. He really has been with us the entire day. So with that, Carol, have we completed our business?
We have.
We have. So we are going to adjourn the meeting. And I thank you. I know it's been a long day for everyone. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I'm glad Henry was picked up safely. And Mr. Stinson, please be safe out there.
I appreciate it. This is a good group of cadets. I believe we'll be okay.
Yeah, they sound busy. Well,
It's been a busy day for us.